1.2.
Excuse me?
Cindy, excuse me.
Cindy!
Excuse me?
Just a few questions.
Okay, but you have just 1 minute.
What brings you to Toronto?
I'm here to accept an award and do some interviews.
How long are you going to be in Toronto for?
Just 48 hours. Then I'm flying back to the States.
That's a very short stay. Don't you like Toronto?
I love Toronto, but unfortunately, my new movie starts shooting on Monday.
There have been rumors that you and your husband are having relationship problems. Can you tell us if there's any truth in that?
No. No comment. No more questions.
Go to Telegram to use all the texts, audio, images, and neurotrainers.
1.3. 1.
How long have you been waiting?
How many children does your sister have?
Should we buy her a present?
2.
Why didn't you like the movie?
Isn't this a beautiful place?
Don't you have to be at school today?
3.
What are you talking about?
Who does this bag belong to?
4.
Who lives in that house?
How many people follow you on Twitter?
1.4.
Could you tell me what time the store next door opens?
Do you know if Mark's coming to the meeting?
1.5. 1. A. Do you have a big family? B. Do you have a big family? 2. A.
What don't you like about the place where you live?
B.
What don't you like about the place where you live?
3. A. What sports or games are you good at? B. What sports or games are you good at? 4. A.
Do you think you have a healthy diet?
B.
Do you think you have a healthy diet?
5. A. What makes you feel happy? B. What makes you feel happy? 1.6. 1.
Do you have a big family?
2.
What don't you like about the place where you live?
3.
What sports or games are you good at?
4.
Do you think you have a healthy diet?
5.
What makes you feel happy?
1.7. 1.
Do you have a big family?
Yes, actually. I'm one of 7. I have 5 sisters and a brother.
Wow, that's a huge family.
2.
What don't you like about the place where you live?
Well, for one thing, I don't like my neighbors very much.
Why not? What's wrong with them?
3.
What sports or games are you good at?
Well, I'm not really very athletic, but I'm quite good at chess.
Me too. We could play a game one day.
4.
Do you think you have a healthy diet?
Yes, very. In fact, I'm a vegan, so I only eat fruit and vegetables and grains and no meat or fish.
How interesting. How long have you been a vegan?
5.
What makes you feel happy?
Lots of things. Like buying new shoes.
Oh, really? I can't think of anything worse.
1.8. 1,
Wow, that's a huge family.
2,
Why not? What's wrong with them?
3,
Me too. We could play a game one day.
4,
How interesting. How long have you been a vegan?
5,
Oh, really? I can't think of anything worse.
1.9. 1. Dominic.
Have you ever been asked a strange question in an interview?
Yes, it was my first interview when I was applying to Sarah Lawrence University in New York, where I'm studying now.
What was the question?
The question was, if you could have dinner with 3 people from the past, who would you choose and why?
And what did you answer?
It was one of the first questions I was asked, and I said, I can't answer this right now. Can I answer at the end? Because I can't think of anyone. So they said, okay. And then they asked me the question again later, and I said something ridiculous like John Lennon, Picasso, and I can't even remember who the third person was. It was another sort of artist or musician, I think.
Do you think it was a good question?
Yes, because it made me think. I mean, it wasn't something I was expecting at all, and all the other ones were more yes, no, direct questions. So this one made me think a little more.
And you got in?
Yes, I did.
2. Heidi.
Have you ever been asked a strange question in an interview?
Yes, I have. That was many years ago. It was one of my first job interviews in London, actually, after I moved to London from Germany. It was for a financial department, and the manager who interviewed me, I can't remember, but I believe he was German. He asked me, "Do you have a boyfriend? And are you planning to get pregnant?"
That's illegal now, isn't it?
Yes, I know, and I believe that was illegal then.
And what did you answer?
I said no, I didn't have a boyfriend, and I had no plans to get pregnant anytime soon. But at that point, it was clear to me that I didn't want to work for that company.
3. Sean.
Have you ever been asked a strange question in an interview?
Yes. I was being interviewed for a job with an advertising agency, and the interviewer kept checking information on my resume and then asking me about it. And he saw that I'd studied philosophy in college, and he said, "Oh, I see that you studied philosophy in college. Do you still practice philosophy?"
What did you answer?
I said the first thing that came into my head. I said, "Well, I still think a lot."
Was the interviewer impressed?
Well, he obviously liked the answer because I got the job.
4. Alice.
Have you ever been asked a strange question in an interview?
There's one I can think of, which was when I was being interviewed for a job with a company in Canada.
What was it?
Well, the interviewer asked me, what animal would you like to be reincarnated as?
Weird question.
Totally.
What did you say?
So I said a cat, because it was the first thing I thought of, and because cats have a good life. Well, at least in the US they do. And then the interviewer immediately looked embarrassed and said that he'd been told to ask me that question to see how I'd react, but that he thought it was a stupid question.
What happened in the end?
I didn't get the job, so maybe the interviewer wasn't very fond of cats.
1.10.
On December 4th, 1872, a ship called the Mary Celeste was found floating in the Atlantic. There was no one on board. The ship wasn't damaged, and everything was in order, although the lifeboat was missing. None of the crew or passengers were ever seen again. On March 4, 1918, a huge ship called the USS Cyclops left Barbados with 300 people on board and sailed into what we now call the Bermuda Triangle. Then it disappeared without a trace. No distress call was made, and no bad weather was reported in the region. A huge search for the Cyclops was launched. Boats and planes scoured the area for wreckage or survivors, but nothing of the enormous ship was ever seen again. On July 2, 1937, Amelia Earhart, the famous American aviator, took off with her navigator from New Guinea in a small plane on the last stage of their around-the-world flight. It was the last time they were seen alive. $4 million were spent on the search, but no trace of Amelia or the navigator was ever found.
$1.11.
The Mystery of the Lighthouse Keepers. The mystery of the Flannan Islands lighthouse keepers is one of the greatest puzzles in history, a case that has baffled real and amateur detectives for more than a century. The Flannan Islands are 7 uninhabited rocks that rise out of the sea. They form part of the Outer Hebrides, a chain of remote islands off the west coast of Scotland. For centuries, they were a danger for ships, so in 1899, a 75-foot lighthouse was built on the largest of the islands, and 3 lighthouse keepers were employed. On December 26, 1900, a steamship sailed to the island, carrying 3 new lighthouse keepers to relieve the men who had spent 3 months alone in the Atlantic. But when they arrived at the lighthouse, they made an extraordinary discovery. There was nobody there. The lighthouse door was unlocked, and inside, everything was neat, but one of the chairs was knocked over. One rain jacket was hanging on its hook, but the other 2 had disappeared. The clocks had stopped. The last entry in the logbook was 9 a.m. on December 15th. But of the 3 keepers, Duckett, Marshall, and MacArthur, there was not a trace. When the news of the keeper's disappearance reached the mainland, there was a huge amount of media speculation. Some suggested that the men had argued about a woman, and that one had murdered the other 2 before throwing himself into the sea. Others wondered whether perhaps they had been kidnapped by German agents who were planning an invasion of Britain using submarines. Some thought they might have been carried away by a sea serpent, or a giant seabird, or even by a boat full of ghosts. An Edinburgh police officer, Robert Muirhead, was sent to the island to solve the mystery.
$1.12.
An Edinburgh police officer, Robert Muirhead, was sent to the island to solve the mystery. Muirhead was a hard-working, practical investigator and not at all superstitious. Among other clues, he found equipment lying all over the island, and also a huge rock, much too heavy for any men to carry, lying on the steps leading up to the lighthouse. In the end, the only explanation he could think of was that the men had been carried off by an enormous wave. Muirhead's explanation was immediately rejected. But more than 100 years later, in 1995, the ship Queen Elizabeth II was hit by a 100-foot wave that, according to her captain, came out of the darkness and looked like the white cliffs of Dover. Then a paper published in a scientific journal recently proved that the monster wave, which for centuries had been considered a sailor's myth, is a mathematical reality. Many smaller waves can suddenly combine in mid-ocean and create a huge wave of devastating force. Most marine scientists now agree that it is a naturally occurring, though rare, event. So finally, the only explanation that fits the facts is that the three lighthouse men had rushed out to attend to some emergency and had then been swept away by an enormous wave. Inspector Muirhead, it now appears, was almost certainly right. He solved the case back in 1901, but he had to wait another century for the proof. However, science still cannot answer all the questions surrounding the Flannan Islands mystery. Why did one man leave his rain jacket behind? Why were the bodies of the men never found? Maybe these are things we will never know.
One point 13. 1.
I heard a weird noise in the middle of the night.
You did? What kind of noise?
2.
You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
No, I don't.
3.
I've never been to a fortune teller.
Neither have I.
I have. It was really interesting.
4.
I don't believe you really saw a UFO.
I did see one. It couldn't have been anything else.
1.14. 1.
I like cats, but my husband doesn't.
Sally's coming tonight, but Angela isn't.
2.
I loved his latest movie.
So did I.
I haven't finished the book yet.
Neither have I.
Andrew's a doctor, and so is his wife.
3.
I don't like shopping online.
I do. I buy a lot of my clothes online.
4.
I went to a psychic yesterday.
You did?
I'll make dinner tonight.
You will? That's great.
5.
You didn't lock the door.
I did lock it. I know I did.
Sylvia isn't coming.
She is coming. I just spoke to her.
6.
You won't forget, will you?
She can speak Italian, can't she?
1.15. 1.
I dreamed that I saw a ghost last night.
You did? So did I. How spooky.
2.
I don't believe in fortune telling.
You don't? I do.
3.
You don't like horror movies, do you?
I do like them. It's just that sometimes they're too scary.
1.16.
A walk in the forest. I'm going to describe a situation and ask you some questions. Answer quickly without thinking about it too much. The first thing that comes into your head. Are you ready? Imagine that you're walking through a beautiful forest. The sun is out. There's a light breeze. It's a really beautiful day. You're walking with one other person. Question 1. Who are you walking with? As you walk through the forest, you come across an animal. Question 2. What kind of animal is it? A big animal or a small one? How do you interact with the animal? Now you're walking deeper into the forest, and you come to a clearing where there are no trees. There's a house in the middle of the clearing. Question 3. How big is the house? Does it have a fence around it or not? You walk up to the door of the house and it's open. You go in and you see a table. Question 4. What is there on the table? Are there any people sitting around it? You finish looking around the house and you leave out the back door. There's a huge yard behind the house. You go into the yard and in the middle you find a cup. Question 5. What is the cup made of? Is it a ceramic cup, metal, plastic, paper? As you walk to the end of the yard, you come to some water. You must cross this water in order to get home. Question 6. What kind of water is it? A lake? A river? A small pond? How do you cross it? How wet do you get?
One point 17.
What you have just done is a psychological test that analyzes how you interact with other people. Now I'm going to tell you what your answers mean. The person you were walking with is an important person in your life. The animal represents problems in your life. The bigger the animal, the more problems you have. How you interact with the animal represents how you deal with your problems. If you were aggressive or decisive, that means you confront your problems, try to solve them. If the interaction was peaceful, then you're more a passive person and often wait for problems to go away. The house represents your ambitions. The bigger the house, the more ambitious you are. If there was no fence around the house, it means you're very open-minded and welcome new ideas. If it had a fence, then you're more convinced that you're right and tend to surround yourself by people who agree with you. The table represents how you're feeling right now. If there was food or there were flowers on the table and people sitting around it, this suggests that you're feeling happy in your relationships. No food, flowers, or people suggests that someone in your family or a friend is making you unhappy. The cup represents how strong your relationship is with the person you're walking with and how long the relationship will last. The harder and more resistant the material of the cup is, the stronger your relationship is. The water represents your friends. If you saw a large river or lake, you have a big social circle and like to be surrounded by people. If you got very wet when you crossed it, your friends are very important for you. If you hardly got wet at all, it means that you depend less on your friends and are more self-sufficient.
1.18. 1,
The more you study, the more you learn.
2,
The more coffee I drink, the worse I sleep.
3,
The more time you have, the slower you do things.
4,
The more in shape you are, the better you feel.
1.19. 1.
If there was no fence around the house, it means you are very open-minded and welcome new ideas.
2,
If you hardly got wet at all, it means that you depend less on your friends and are more self-sufficient.
1.20.
Absent-minded.
Bad-tempered.
Big-headed.
Easygoing.
Good-tempered.
Laid back.
Narrow-minded.
Open-minded.
Self-centered.
Strong-willed.
Tight-fisted.
Two-faced.
Well-balanced.
Well-behaved.
2.1. Illnesses and injuries. 1. Minor illnesses and conditions. B. 9.
A cough.
6.
A headache.
1.
A rash.
4.
A temperature.
2.
Sunburn.
8.
She's sick. She's vomiting.
10.
She's sneezing.
3.
Her ankle's swollen.
7.
Her back hurts. Her back aches.
5.
Her finger's bleeding.
2.2. D. 1B.
He has a sore throat. It hurts when he talks or swallows food.
2D.
He has diarrhea. He's been to the bathroom 5 times this morning.
3E.
He feels sick. He feels like he's going to vomit.
4C.
He's fainted. It's so hot in the room that he's lost consciousness.
5H.
He has a blister on his foot. He's been walking in uncomfortable shoes.
6F.
He has a cold. He's sneezing a lot, and he has a cough.
7A.
He has the flu. He has a temperature, and he aches all over.
8G.
He feels dizzy. He feels like everything is spinning around.
9I.
He's cut himself. He's bleeding.
2.3. 2. Injuries and more serious conditions. 1C.
He's unconscious. He's breathing, but his eyes are closed, and he can't hear or feel anything.
2G.
He's had an allergic reaction. He was stung by a wasp, and now he has a rash and has difficulty breathing.
3B.
He sprained his ankle. He fell badly, and now it's swollen.
4D.
He has high blood pressure. It's 180 over 140.
5E.
He has food poisoning. He ate some chicken that wasn't fully cooked.
6F.
He's choking. He was eating a steak, and a piece got stuck in his throat.
7A.
He's burned his hand. He spilled some boiling water on himself.
2.4. 3. Phrasal verbs connected with illness. 1.
Pass out means faint.
2.
Lie down means put your body in a horizontal position.
3.
Throw up means vomit, be sick.
4.
Get over means get better, recover from something.
5.
Come around means become conscious again.
2.5.
Shower. Sh. Infection. Pressure. Rash. Unconscious.
Jazz. J. Allergic. Bandage. Emergency. Injury.
Chess. Ch. Choking. Temperature.
Key. K. Ache. Sick. Stomach.
2.6.
Cholesterol.
Indigestion.
Injection.
Operation.
Scratch.
Surgeon.
Syringe.
2.7. Bettina. 1.
He didn't have a pulse, so I thought he was probably having a heart attack.
2.
He took her to one side to calm her down.
3.
I kept going until the ambulance turned up.
4.
Because obviously she was in shock.
Umesh. 5.
An old lady stepped off the sidewalk in front of me and she tripped and fell onto the street.
6.
She'd fallen pretty hard, but she was still conscious.
7.
It was obviously an effort for her to sit up. It was really painful.
Allison. 8.
Then all of a sudden, he stopped walking and fell backwards.
9.
Some teenagers in line called an ambulance.
10.
Then they put him on a stretcher and took him away.
2.8. Bettina.
So my husband and I were out shopping in our local town, and I saw a man lying on the ground. He was just a stranger, not someone I knew, and his wife was there, standing by him. And I used to be a nurse in the ER, so I went up to him to see if I could help. He was a little blue. I felt his pulse, and he didn't have a pulse, so I thought he was probably having a heart attack. I felt calm because I knew what to do. I started doing cardiac massage, putting your hand on the chest and pressing down fast and at regular intervals. And my husband talked to the man's wife. He took her to one side to calm her down because obviously she was in shock. I kept going until the ambulance turned up, and the man was still alive then, and they took him to the hospital. I was really happy that I could do something.
Umesh.
So, I was riding my bike to work one morning, and just as I was coming around the corner, an old lady stepped off the sidewalk in front of me, and she tripped and fell onto the street. I just managed not to ride my bike into her, and I dropped my bike and I went over to see if she was okay. And it was busy on the street because the stores were just opening and lots of people were around. She'd fallen pretty hard, but she was still conscious, and she told us she was sure she'd broken her arm. Somebody stopped the traffic, and I helped move her to the sidewalk, and somebody else went and got a chair from one of the stores, and someone else called an ambulance, and we stayed with her until it came. It was obviously an effort for her to sit up. It was very painful, so I let her lean against me. I remember I was kind of worried because I'd left my backpack on the bike with all of my things in it, and I was worried someone was going to steal it. But I couldn't move because I was holding the woman up. Later, I went to visit her in the hospital, and she'd actually broken her shoulder in 2 places and had to have an operation. I think, though, if I had just been walking past, I wouldn't necessarily have gone to help. But because it had happened right in front of me, I felt I had to do something. And now I'm glad I was able to do something. I felt pretty good about it afterwards.
Allison.
So, I was waiting for the bus at the end of my street to go to work. A very big man, very tall man, walked past the bus stop, and I noticed him particularly because he was wearing very dirty clothes and he was walking in kind of a strange way. And to be honest, I thought he might be dangerous. Then, all of a sudden, he stopped walking and fell backwards and hit the back of his head on the sidewalk. He fell so hard on the back of his head that it made a really loud noise, and then he just lay still. Some teenagers in line called an ambulance, and I stood by the man. I felt completely helpless. He was breathing, but I didn't really know what to do. The ambulance arrived pretty quickly, and the paramedic took the man's hand and talked to him, and then they put him on a stretcher and took him away. Afterwards, I thought I should have done more. I should have maybe turned him on his side or put a coat under his head. At least I should have held his hand to show someone was there. I felt kind of ashamed because I think the reason why I didn't help him more was because he was dirty and scruffy and I was scared of him.
2.9.
Hello again, Mr. Payne. What's the problem this time?
Doctor, I haven't been feeling well for a few days. I've been coughing a lot, and I keep getting headaches. I have a temperature today.
What have you been taking for the headaches?
Acetaminophen, but I read on the internet that headaches can be the first symptom of a brain tumor.
How many tablets have you taken today?
I took 2 before breakfast.
And have you taken your temperature this morning?
Yes, I've taken it 5 or 6 times already. It's high.
Let me see. Well, your temperature seems to be perfectly normal now.
I think I need a blood test. I haven't had one for 2 months.
Well, Mr. Payne, I think we should wait for a few days and see how your symptoms, develop. Take 2 more acetaminophen and go to bed early tonight.
But...
Goodbye, Mr. Payne. Goodbye.
2.10.
Your next patient is Mrs. Morris. Here is her file.
How many times has Mr. Payne been to the health center this month?
6 times, I think.
That Mr. Payne. He's a complete pain in the neck.
2.11. 1.
I haven't been feeling well for a few days.
2.
I've been coughing a lot, and I keep getting headaches.
3.
What have you been taking for the headaches?
4,
How many tablets have you taken today?
5,
And have you taken your temperature this morning?
6,
Yes, I've taken it 5 or 6 times already.
7,
I think I need a blood test. I haven't had one for 2 months.
2.12. 1,
Have you ever broken a bone?
I've never seen him before.
2,
I've called for an ambulance, but it hasn't arrived yet.
I've already told you 3 times.
3,
It's the best book I've ever read.
4,
I've known Keiko since I was a child.
My sister has been sick for 10 days now.
5,
How many Patricia Cornwell novels have you read?
They've seen each other twice this week.
2.13. 1,
How long have you been waiting to see the doctor?
He's been messaging his girlfriend all evening.
2,
I haven't been sleeping well recently.
It's been raining all day.
3,
I've been shopping all morning. I'm exhausted.
My shoes are filthy. I've been working in the yard.
2.14. 1,
I've been feeling terrible for days.
He's liked classical music since he was a teenager.
2,
She's been having a good time at school.
They've had that car for at least 10 years.
3,
We've lived in this town since 2010.
We've been living in a rented house for the last 2 months.
4,
I've painted the kitchen.
I've been painting the kitchen.
2.15. 1,
In most African countries, the young still look up to the old.
The poor are getting poorer and the rich are getting richer.
The government needs to create more jobs for the unemployed.
2,
The English are famous for drinking tea.
The Chinese invented paper.
The Dutch make wonderful cheeses.
2.16.
We have a charming old house near the lake.
She has long brown hair.
I bought a beautiful Italian leather belt.
2.17. Clothes and fashion. 1, describing clothes. B, fit. 2,
Loose.
1,
Tight.
style. 6,
Hooded.
4,
Long-sleeved.
3,
Sleeveless.
7,
Turtleneck.
5,
V-neck.
pattern. 11,
Dotted.
10,
Patterned.
12,
Plaid.
8,
Plain.
9,
Striped.
2.18. D. Materials. 4,
A cotton undershirt.
9,
A denim vest.
5,
A fur collar.
3,
A lace top.
1,
A linen suit.
7,
A lycra swimsuit.
8,
A silk scarf.
6,
A velvet bow tie.
2,
A wool cardigan.
11,
Leather sandals.
10,
Suede boots.
2.19. 2. Adjectives to describe clothes and the way people dress. 1,
She always wears casual clothes to work. She hates dressing formally.
2,
He looks really scruffy. His clothes are old and dirty.
3,
Jane looked very fashionable in her new suit. She wanted to make a good impression.
4,
That tie's a little old-fashioned. Is it your dad's?
5,
I like wearing classic clothes that don't go out of fashion.
2.20. 3. Verbs and verb phrases. 1C.
I'm going to dress up tonight. I'm going to a party.
2A.
Please hang up your coat. Don't leave it on the chair.
3F.
These jeans don't fit me. They're too small.
4H.
That skirt really suits you. You look great in it.
5G.
Your bag matches your shoes. They're almost the same color.
6B.
I need to get changed. I just spilled coffee on my shirt.
7E.
Hurry up and get undressed. It's bath time.
8I.
Get up and get dressed. Breakfast is on the table.
9D.
That tie doesn't really go with your shirt. They don't look good together.
2.21. 1.
Boot. Ooh. Suit. Loose.
2.
Bull. Hooded. Wool.
3.
Tree. E. Sleeveless. Jeans.
4.
Fish. Linen. Slippers.
5.
Egg. Leather. Vest.
6.
Cat. Sandals. Patterned.
7.
Clock. Cotton. Dotted.
8.
Saw. Awful. Long.
2.22.
A loose linen shirt.
Brown suede shoes.
A plain cotton t-shirt.
A striped silk tie.
Red leather boots.
Dark blue denim jeans.
A hooded sweatshirt.
A long-sleeved V-neck sweater.
A long patterned skirt.
2.23.
Welcome to today's program. The topic is age and fashion, and the question is, do people these days dress their age, and should they? Our guests are both fashion journalists with well-known magazines. Hello, Liza and Adrian.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Let's start with you, Liza.
Well, the first thing I'd like to say to all the young people out there is next time you give your grandma a warm cardigan and some fur slippers for her birthday, don't be surprised if she asks for the receipt, because she'll probably want to go out and change them for something more exciting.
So you think these days older women dress much younger than they used to?
Oh, absolutely. Think of women like Meryl Streep, Catherine Deneuve, Helen Mirren, Jane Fonda. When Jane Fonda was in her 70s, she appeared on a talk show wearing a leather miniskirt. She looked fabulous. But of course,
I have to say, I saw that show and I thought Jane Fonda looked awful.
Adrian, can you let Liza finish?
Sorry, go ahead.
well, what I was going to say was that it isn't just famous women who are dressing younger. Some recent research says that 9 out of 10 women say that they try to dress younger than their years.
What about younger women?
Well, yes, of course, it depends on your age. A lot of teenage girls try to dress older than they are, maybe to get into clubs. But I would still say that from 30 onwards, most women try to dress younger than they are.
And do you think there's anything wrong with that?
Nothing at all. It's a question of wearing what suits you. And that could be anything, from current trends to classics. I mean, okay, there are a very few things that can look a bit ridiculous on an older woman, like, let's see, very short shorts. But not many.
I think very short shorts look ridiculous at any age. Well, on anyone over 15 or so.
Adrian, what about men? Do you think they also try to look younger than their age?
Well, interestingly, in the research Liza mentioned, only 12% of the men who were questioned said that they had ever thought about dressing to look younger. But actually, I think a lot of them weren't telling the truth. Look at all those middle-aged men you see wearing jeans that are too tight and t-shirts with slogans. I think they look terrible, as if they're trying to pretend they're still in their 20s.
Sorry, but I don't agree. I think Mick Jagger looks great in tight jeans and t-shirts. They suit him.
True, but Mick Jagger is one in a million. Most men of his age can't carry it off. Personally, I do think that men should take their age into account when they're buying clothes.
Let's go back to the idea of dressing older than your age. Do you think that men do that too?
Yes, definitely some do. Some men in their 20s look as if they were 20 years older by wearing blazers and chinos, or wearing a suit and tie to work when these days most men don't dress like that.
Maybe they've just started work and they want their bosses to take them more seriously?
Well, maybe.
I think we're running out of time. So, to sum up, Liza, Adrian, what would your fashion rules be?
2.24.
So, to sum up, Liza, Adrian, what would your fashion rules be? Liza?
Wear whatever you think suits you and makes you feel good.
And Adrian?
Dress for the age you are, not for the age you wish you were.
Liza, Adrian, thank you very much.
2.25. 1.
Have you ever had an interview for a job or a place on a course?
Yeah, I actually have been in several interviews for jobs only. I haven't had one for school yet.
What kind of questions did they ask you?
My last job interview, they asked me questions like, what is it like to be a part of a team? To me, they asked me what my favorite superhero was, which is interesting. They asked me, because right now I'm a server at a restaurant, so they're asking me like, oh, how's customer service and how important is it to you and stuff like that.
Did you get the job or place?
Yes.
2.
Do you believe in ghosts or UFOs?
I do believe in ghosts. I believe in ghosts because I grew up in a house where there is a ghost. My mum has heard it, my dad has heard it, my brothers have heard it, and I heard it one night when I was at home on my own with the dogs. I was sitting downstairs watching TV in the house on my own with the dogs, and I heard footsteps go from one end of the house to the other along the corridor above. But no one's scared of the ghost. We just know there's a ghost in the house.
3.
Have you ever given anyone first aid?
Yes, when I was 16, I was at home with my 2 younger brothers, and they were playing upstairs. I heard a loud bang, and my little brother came downstairs crying, and he'd hit his head on the door handle, and there was quite a lot of blood, so I sat him on the sofa and got a wet, cold flannel and put it on his head, and told him to sit still for a few minutes while I rang my mum, who was working a night shift at the time. And then while I was waiting for her to come home, I just checked his head, made sure that it wasn't bleeding too much. And yeah, it was fine. My mum came home, took him to the hospital, so that's fine.
4.
Are you good friends with anyone who is a lot older or younger than you? How did you meet?
I'm very good friends with someone much older than me in his 80s, and he was a director of a play I'd been in, and we had the same point of view on a lot of things in life, so I speak to him a couple times a week. He's more elderly now, and I think I'm good friends with a number of people in their 20s who I've met either at the gym or through classes that I take.
End of CD 1. CD 2. American English File, 3rd edition, Student Book 4, by Christina Latham Koenig, Clive Oxenden, and Kate Shimaki. Published in copyright Oxford University Press, 2021. 3.1. A.
Good afternoon. This is your captain speaking. I'd like to welcome you all aboard JetBlue Flight 23 to Los Angeles. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 33,000 feet at an airspeed of 400 miles per hour. The weather along the way looks good, and we are expecting to land in Los Angeles approximately 15 minutes ahead of schedule. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight.
B.
Attention passengers, this is a track change. The 904 New Haven Line train from Grand Central Terminal with service to Waterbury will now depart from track 103. Passengers traveling on the 904 New Haven Line train to Waterbury, please go to track 103. The train is boarding.
C.
Attention please. Hudson Line service from Croton Harmon to Grand Central Terminal may experience delays of 10 to 15 minutes because of track work. We apologize for any inconvenience.
D.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your attention for the following safety instructions. Please review the safety information card located in the seat pocket in front of you. There are 6 emergency exits on this aircraft, all marked with exit signs. Take a minute to locate the exit closest to you. Note that the nearest exit may be behind you.
E.
This is the final boarding call for passengers Alice and Christopher Carter for Delta Flight 2116 to Las Vegas. Please proceed to Gate 3 immediately. I repeat, this is the final boarding call for Alice and Christopher Carter. Thank you.
F.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard United Flight 78 to San Francisco. We are currently third in line for takeoff and are expected to be in the air in approximately 7 minutes' time. We ask that you please fasten your seatbelts at this time and place all carry-on luggage securely underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead compartments. We also ask that you make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright and locked positions for takeoff. Please turn off all personal electronic devices at this time.
G.
The next train arriving on track 3 will be the 1025 Amtrak Texas Eagle with service to Chicago, making stops at Lincoln, Bloomington Normal, Pontiac, and Joliet. Please board using all doors. Full meal service is offered in the dining car, which is located at the back of the train.
H.
This is a Brooklyn-bound F train. The next stop is Delancey Street. Change here for the J, M, and Z trains.
I.
This is the pre-boarding announcement for Aeromexico Flight 5279 to Mexico City. We're now inviting those passengers with small children and any passengers requiring special assistance to begin boarding at this time. Please have your boarding pass and identification ready. Regular boarding will begin in approximately 10 minutes' time. Thank you.
J.
We have now landed in London Gatwick. Please disembark by either the front or rear exits. Make sure you have all your personal belongings with you.
3.2. 1.
Attention passengers, this is a track change. The 904 New Haven Line train from Grand Central Terminal with service to Waterbury will now depart from track 103. Passengers traveling on the 904 New Haven Line train to Waterbury, please go to track 103. The train is boarding.
2.
Attention please. Hudson Line service from Croton Harmon to Grand Central Terminal may experience delays of 10 to 15 minutes because of track work. We apologize for any inconvenience.
3.
The next train arriving on track 3 will be the 1025 Amtrak Texas Eagle with service to Chicago, making stops at Lincoln, Bloomington Normal, Pontiac, and Joliet. Please board using all doors. Full meal service is offered in the dining car, which is located at the back of the train.
4.
This is a Brooklyn-bound F train. The next stop is Delancey Street. Change here for the J, M, and Z trains.
3.3. 1.
Good afternoon. This is your captain speaking. I'd like to welcome you all aboard JetBlue Flight 23 to Los Angeles. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 33,000 feet at an airspeed of 400 miles per hour. The weather along the way looks good, and we are expecting to land in Los Angeles approximately 15 minutes ahead of schedule. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight.
2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your attention for the following safety instructions. Please review the safety information card located in the seat pocket in front of you. There are 6 emergency exits on this aircraft, all marked with exit signs. Take a minute to locate the exit closest to you. Note that the nearest exit may be behind you.
3.
This is the final boarding call for passengers Alice and Christopher Carter for Delta Flight 2116 to Las Vegas. Please proceed to Gate 3 immediately. I repeat, this is the final boarding call for Alice and Christopher Carter. Thank you.
4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard United Flight 78 to San Francisco. We are currently 3rd in line for takeoff and are expected to be in the air in approximately 7 minutes' time. We ask that you please fasten your seatbelts at this time and place all carry-on luggage securely underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead compartments. We also ask that you make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright and locked positions for takeoff. Please turn off all personal electronic devices at this time.
5.
This is the pre-boarding announcement for Aeromexico Flight 5279 to Mexico City. We're now inviting those passengers with small children and any passengers requiring special assistance to begin boarding at this time. Please have your boarding pass and identification ready. Regular boarding will begin in approximately 10 minutes' time. Thank you.
6.
We have now landed in London Gatwick. Please disembark by either the front or rear exits. Make sure you have all your personal belongings with you.
3.4. 1.
The weather along the way looks good, and we are expecting to land in Los Angeles approximately 15 minutes ahead of schedule.
2.
Take a minute to locate the exit closest to you.
3.
Please proceed to Gate 3 immediately.
4.
We ask that you please fasten your seatbelts at this time and place all carry-on luggage securely underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead compartments. Please turn off all personal electronic devices at this time.
5.
We're now inviting those passengers with small children and any passengers requiring special assistance to begin boarding at this time.
6.
Please disembark by either the front or rear exits.
Go to Telegram to use all the texts, audio, images, and neurotrainers.
3.5. Air travel. 1. At the airport. 1A.
Airport terminal.
2D.
Bag drop.
3I.
Baggage claim.
4C.
Check-in desk.
5J.
Customs.
6B.
Departures board.
7G.
Gate.
8H.
Runway.
9E.
Security.
10F.
Lounge.
3.6. 2. On board.
I often fly to Chile on business. I always choose an aisle seat so that I can get up and walk around more easily. My favorite place to sit is the emergency exit row, so I have more legroom. Sometimes there's turbulence when the plane flies over the Andes, which I don't enjoy, and the cabin crew tells the passengers to put their seatbelts on. There aren't any direct flights to Santiago from Calgary, so I usually have to get a connecting flight in Toronto. Whenever I take long-haul flights, I always suffer from jet lag because of the time difference, and I feel tired for several days.
3.7. 3. Travel, trip, or journey? 1.
Have a good trip. Hope the weather's great.
2.
How long was your journey across China?
It was about 2 months long, and it was amazing.
3.
Do you have to travel much for your job?
4.
Have a good trip. See you when you get back.
3.8. 4. Phrasal verbs related to air travel. 1.
My husband dropped me off at the airport 2 hours before the flight.
2.
I checked in online the day before I was going to fly.
3.
As soon as I got on the plane, I put my bag in the overhead compartment.
4.
The plane took off late because of the bad weather.
5.
When I picked up my luggage at the baggage claim, I bumped into an old friend who had been on the same flight.
6.
I filled out the immigration form for the U.S., which the cabin crew gave me shortly before landing.
7.
When I got off the plane, I felt exhausted after the long flight.
8.
My flight arrived really late at night, but luckily a friend picked me up at the airport.
3.9.
With me in the studio today, I have Richard, who's a pilot, and he's going to answer some of the most frequently asked questions about flying and air travel. Hello, Richard.
Hello.
So, Richard, the first question is, what weather conditions are the most dangerous when flying a plane?
Probably the most dangerous weather conditions are when the wind changes direction very suddenly. This tends to happen during thunderstorms and tropical storms, and it's especially dangerous during takeoff and landing. But it's very unusual. I've been flying for 25 years now, and I've only experienced this 3 or 4 times.
What about turbulence? Is that dangerous?
It can be very bumpy and very uncomfortable, but it isn't dangerous. Even strong turbulence won't damage the plane. Pilots always try to avoid turbulence, but it can sometimes occur without any warning, which is why we always advise passengers to wear their seatbelt all the time during the flight.
Which is more dangerous, takeoff or landing?
Both takeoff and landing can be dangerous. They're the most dangerous moments of a flight. Pilots talk about the critical 8 minutes, the 3 minutes after takeoff, and the 5 minutes before landing. Most accidents happen in this period. But I would say that takeoff is probably slightly more dangerous than landing. There is a critical moment just before takeoff when the plane is accelerating, but it hasn't yet reached the speed to be able to fly. If the pilot has a problem with the plane at this point, he has very little time, maybe only a second, to abort the takeoff.
Why are passengers asked to turn off their electronic devices during takeoff and landing?
It's mainly because they don't want passengers to be distracted, in case there's an emergency. It has nothing to do with the devices interfering with aircraft controls. I mean, aircraft control systems are so sophisticated now that they wouldn't cause any interference. Incidentally, that's also the reason why people have to put their tray tables up. If we had to abandon takeoff or have an emergency evacuation, a tray table could cause a passenger injury or prevent other passengers from getting out easily.
Is it really worth listening to safety demonstrations?
Definitely. I can tell you for a fact that when pilots are passengers during a flight, they always identify the nearest emergency exit and count how many rows in front or behind it is.
Do you ever get scared?
I've been asked this many times, and the answer is no. Honest to goodness. I've been flying since I was 16, and there's never been a single occasion where I felt scared in the air. Bear in mind you've been asking me about dangerous situations, but these are incredibly rare.
Thank you, Richard.
3.10. 1,
We arrived at the airport and checked in.
2,
We were having dinner when the plane hit some turbulence.
At 9 o'clock, most people on the plane were reading or were trying to sleep.
3,
When we arrived at the airport, we suddenly realized that we'd left one of the suitcases in the taxi.
4,
We'd been flying for about 2 hours when suddenly the captain told us to fasten our seatbelts because we were flying into some very bad weather.
3.11.
Lena was crying because she'd been reading a very sad book.
Lena didn't want to see the movie because she'd already read the book.
3.12. 1,
Boot. Ooh. Flew. Through.
2,
Fish. Hid. Driven. Hidden. Ridden. Written.
3,
Saw. Awe. Caught. Fought. Thought. Fallen.
4,
Bird. Heard. Hurt.
5,
Phone. Oh. Drove. Rode. Told. Wrote. Flown. Thrown.
6,
Up. Cut. Become.
7,
Egg. Fell. Held. Kept. Left. Read. Said. Slept.
8,
Train. Became. Lay. Lane.
3.13.
This happened when my wife and I were on a flight to New York, and we'd been flying for a few hours. I was reading, and my wife was watching a movie, when suddenly we heard an announcement. Is there a doctor on board? It turned out that a woman was having a baby. Luckily, 2 doctors came forward, and the baby was born safely.
3.14. 1,
He walks very slowly.
I speak 5 languages fluently.
The driver was seriously injured in the accident.
2,
I hardly ever have time for breakfast.
Liam's always late for work.
I would never have thought you were 40.
3,
It rained all day yesterday.
My parents will be here in half an hour.
4,
I'm nearly finished.
We're incredibly tired. My husband works a lot, but he doesn't earn much.
5,
Unfortunately, the package never arrived.
Ideally, we should leave here at 10 o'clock.
3.15. 1.
Oh no!
2.
Oh, what happened to the music?
3.
Can I see your boarding pass?
Oh no, I lost it. Where is it? Where is it?
I'm afraid you can't fly if you don't have your boarding pass.
Oh, here it is. Thank goodness. It was in my pocket.
4.
Tom, this is Andrea. But of course you two know each other, don't you?
Actually, we've only met once, so not really. Hi, Andrea.
Hello.
5.
I can't see a thing. I think we'd better stop for a little bit.
6.
Excuse me. Please, could you tell me how to get to the train station?
Sure, dude. Right down Main Street, left at the light, straight through the underpass, and then it's right in front of you.
Pardon?
3.16. Adverbs and adverbial phrases. 1. Confusing adverbs and adverbial phrases. 1.
He trains very hard, at least 3 hours a day.
It's incredibly foggy. I can hardly see anything.
2.
I hate it when people arrive late for meetings.
I haven't heard from Mike lately. He must be very busy.
3.
At the end of a movie, I always stay and watch the credits roll.
I didn't want to go, but in the end they persuaded me.
4.
I love most kinds of music, but especially jazz.
My wedding dress was specially made for me by a dressmaker.
5.
She looks younger than me, but actually, she's 2 years older.
Right now they're renting a house, but they're hoping to buy one soon.
6.
I'm nearly finished with my book. I'm on the last chapter.
Excuse me, is there a bank near here?
7.
Have you found a job yet?
He's 35, but he still lives with his parents.
8.
Have you ever been to the U.S.?
I've been all over the U.S. I've even been to Alaska.
3.17. 2. Comment adverbs. 1.
Ideally.
2.
In fact.
3.
Basically.
4.
Obviously.
5.
Gradually.
6.
Apparently.
7.
Anyway.
8.
Eventually.
3.18.
Absolutely.
Actually.
Apparently.
Basically.
Definitely.
Especially.
Eventually.
Fortunately.
gradually,
Ideally.
incredibly,
Luckily.
obviously,
Unfortunately.
3.19. 1.
There was a lot of traffic, and unfortunately, we arrived extremely late.
2.
We definitely want to go abroad this summer, ideally somewhere hot.
3.
It's incredibly easy. Even a child could do it.
4.
I thought Roberto was Portuguese, but actually he's Brazilian.
5.
Apparently, Jack has been offered a promotion at work, but it will mean moving to New York.
6.
I absolutely love Italian food, especially pasta.
3.20. The Necklace by Guy de Maupassant. Part 1.
Mathilde Loisel was a pretty and charming girl, but born into a poor family. She was ambitious and thought she deserved to be part of the highest level of French society. As she grew up, she was increasingly ashamed of her circumstances, but there was little she could do about it. Eventually, she married a clerk at the Ministry of Education. They led a simple life, and Mathilde suffered. She felt that she deserved a life of luxury, and their poor house and ugly furniture and just one young servant made her miserable. She had no dresses, no jewelry, nothing. She never visited her one rich school friend, Madame Forestier, because she could not bear to see the life that she herself would never have. One evening, her husband came home, proudly holding in his hand a large envelope.
"Here,"
he said.
"Here's something for you."
She quickly opened it. It was an invitation from the Minister of Education to a party at the palace of the ministry. But instead of being delighted, as her husband had hoped, she threw the invitation on the table.
What do you want me to do with this?
My dear, I thought you would be pleased. You never go out, and this is a great occasion. I went to a lot of trouble to get the invitation. Everybody wants one, and not many are given to the clerks. You will meet all kinds of important people there.
She looked at him impatiently and said,
What do you want me to wear to the party?
He had not thought of that. He hesitated.
The dress you wear to the theater.
He stopped, as he saw that his wife was crying.
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Mathilde wiped her eyes and replied calmly.
Nothing. Only I have no dress, so I cannot go to this party. Give your invitation to some colleague whose wife has better clothes than I.
Her husband was heartbroken.
Look here, Mathilde. How much would this cost, a proper dress?
She thought for a few seconds and answered.
I don't know exactly, but I think I could do it with 400 francs.
He grew a little pale. He had saved exactly this amount for a short trip the following summer with his friends. But he said,
All right, I will give you 400 francs, but make sure you get a pretty dress.
But as the day of the party drew near, Mathilde was still not happy. Although she now had her dress, she had no jewelry to go with it. When she told her husband, he suggested that she ask her friend Jean Forestier to lend her something. Pleased with the idea, she went to her friend's house and told her about her distress. Madame Forestier agreed to lend her something. She tried on several pieces, but nothing was right until she suddenly saw a magnificent diamond necklace. To her joy, her friend let her borrow it.
Three point 21. Part 2.
The day of the party arrived. Mathilde was a success. She was the prettiest of them all, elegant, smiling, and mad with joy. All the men stared at her, asked her name, and asked to be introduced. She danced all night in a cloud of happiness. They left at about 4 in the morning. It was a cold night, and her husband could not find a cab. They walked toward the Seine, shivering, and finally found one. When they got home, Mathilde took off her cloak. But as she glanced at the mirror to see herself one last time, she suddenly gave a cry.
Mon Dieu, non!
Her husband, half undressed already, asked,
What is the matter with you?
She turned to him in terror.
The necklace. I have lost Madame Forestier's diamond necklace.
He jumped up, frightened.
What? How? It is not possible.
They searched everywhere, but they did not find it. They had no way of contacting the cab driver. Her husband rushed out and retraced their steps from the ministry to where they had caught the cab. He came back at about 7 o'clock in the morning. He had found nothing. He went to the police, to the newspapers, and to the cab companies to offer a reward, hoping against hope that it would be found.
You must write to your friend,
he said,
that you have broken the clasp of her necklace and that you are having it repaired. That will give us time to decide what to do.
By the end of the week, they had lost all hope. The next day, they went from jewelers to jewelers, looking for a necklace like the one Mathilde had borrowed. In a shop in the Palais Royal, they found a diamond necklace that seemed to them absolutely identical. The price was 36,000 francs. Monsieur Loisel had 18,000 francs, which he had inherited from his father. He borrowed the rest, asking 1,000 francs from one friend, 500 from another, doing business with moneylenders, and signing promises to pay which he was not sure he would be able to keep. Finally, he was able to raise the 18,000 more that they needed. When Mathilde took the necklace back to Madame Forestier, she said coldly,
You should have brought it back sooner. I might have needed it.
Three point 22. Part 3.
Mathilde now learned the terrible life of the really poor. Heroically, she made the best of it. The debt must be paid. She would pay it. They dismissed their servant. They left their house and rented a small attic under the roof. She learned how to do housework and how to cook. She washed the dishes, wearing out her pink nails on the greasy pots and the bottoms of the pans. She washed their dirty sheets and clothes. She took the rubbish down to the street every morning, and she carried up the water, pausing for breath on every floor. Wearing old, worn-out clothes, she went out to the greengrocer, the grocer, the butcher, with a basket on her arm, bargaining, insulted, fighting to save a sou here or there. Every month they had to pay back part of the money they had borrowed. Her husband worked in the evening doing the accounts for a shopkeeper, and at night, often, he did copying at 5 sous the page. This life lasted 10 years. At the end of 10 years, they had paid everything back. Everything, with all the accumulation of interest. With her badly combed hair and her red hands, Mathilde now looked like an old woman. But sometimes, when her husband was at the office, she sat down by the window and she thought of that evening long ago, of that party where she had been so beautiful and so admired. What would have happened if she had not lost that necklace? Who knows? Who knows?
(3.23) Part 4.
One Sunday, after a hard week's work, Mathilde decided to go for a walk in the Champs-Élysées. As she was walking, she saw a woman with a child. It was Madame Forestier, still young, still beautiful, still seductive. Mathilde felt moved. Should she speak to her? Yes, certainly. And now that they had paid off the debt, she would tell her everything. Why not?
Good morning, Jeanne.
Madame Forestier did not recognize her. She hesitated.
But, Madame, I don't know you. Are you not making a mistake?
No, I am Mathilde Loisel.
Her friend gave a cry.
Oh, my poor Mathilde. How changed you are.
Yes, I have had hard times since I last saw you, and many troubles. And all because of you.
Because of me? How can that be?
You remember that diamond necklace that you lent me to go to the party at the ministry?
Yes, I remember.
Well, I lost it.
That's not possible. You brought it back to me.
I brought you back another one just like it, and for the last 10 years we have been paying for it. You will understand that it was not easy for us. We had no money, but it's paid for at last.
Madame Forestier stared at her.
You say that you bought a diamond necklace to replace mine.
Yes, you did not even notice it, did you? They were exactly alike.
Madame Forestier, much moved, took her by both hands.
Oh, my poor Mathilde. But my diamonds were false. They were imitation. At most, they were worth 500 francs.
(4.1)
The rain will have stopped by this afternoon.
Some people think that sea levels will have risen by as much as 3 feet in 50 years.
Laura won't have arrived before dinner, so I'll leave some food on the stove for her.
When will they have learned enough English to be able to communicate fluently?
4.2 1.
Don't call between 7 and 8:30 because we'll be having dinner then.
Good luck with your test tomorrow. I'll be thinking of you.
Will you be waiting for me when I get off the train?
This time tomorrow, I'll be sitting on the beach watching the sunset.
2.
You don't need to get up early. We won't be leaving until about 9:30.
I'll be going to the supermarket later. Do you want anything?
4.3 Weather 1. What's the weather like? A. 1.
It's cool.
2. It's chilly.
3,
It's freezing.
4,
It's below 0.
5,
It's mild.
6,
It's warm.
7,
It's boiling. It's scorching.
8,
It's humid.
9,
It's damp.
10,
It's drizzling.
11,
There are showers.
12,
It's pouring.
13,
There's a breeze.
B,
When the weather's foggy or misty, or there's smog, it's difficult to see. Mist isn't usually very thick and often occurs in the mountains or near the ocean. Fog is thicker and can be found in towns and in the country. Smog is caused by pollution and usually occurs in big cities.
4.4. 2. Extreme weather. 1,
Heat wave.
2,
Drought.
3,
Hail.
4,
Lightning.
5,
Thunder.
6,
Blizzard.
7,
Flood.
8,
Hurricane.
9,
Monsoon.
4.5. 3. Adjectives to describe weather.
In the western part of New York, it will be very cold, with strong winds and heavy rain. There will also be thick fog in the hills and valleys, though it should clear by midday. Driving will be dangerous because the roads will be icy. However, the Hudson Valley and the tri-state area will have clear skies, and it will be bright and sunny, though the temperature will still be low. Over the next few days, the weather will be changeable, with some showers, but occasional sunny periods. It should become more settled over the weekend.
4.6. 1,
Ow. Owl. Shower. Drought.
2,
Oh. Phone. Below. Snow.
3,
Ooh. Boot. Cool. Humid. Monsoon. Typhoon.
4,
Up. Flood. Thunder.
5,
Egg. Heavy. Weather.
6,
E. Tree. Heat wave. Breeze. Freezing.
7,
Or. Horse. Pouring. Storm. Scorching. Warm.
8,
Fish. Drizzling. Chilly.
9,
Bike. Bright. Icy. Lightning. Mild.
10,
Ear. Clear. 0.
4.7.
And moving on to our next guest, we all know that one of our favorite topics of conversation here in the U.S. is the weather, especially after this summer's scorching temperatures in the Southwest, along with the unusual, below-average temperatures in the Northeast. Now, we have with us in the studio meteorologist Matt Wallace, and earlier in the show, we asked listeners to tweet us any questions they had about the weather. And now Matt's going to answer some of them for us. Welcome to the show, Matt.
Thanks, Jenny.
So the first question for you from our listeners is, what's the difference between a meteorologist and a TV weatherman?
Well, basically, a meteorologist collects all the data, whereas a TV weatherman, well, is given the information and presents it on the radio or on TV or wherever. Keep in mind, a few TV weathermen are also trained meteorologists, but not many.
How far ahead can you accurately predict the weather?
I think typically we can forecast about 5 to 7 days ahead on average, but some weather is more predictable than others. If there's high pressure, with not much changing, we could forecast maybe 7 to 10 days ahead. On other occasions, it can be very uncertain. We don't know even over just a few hours. So, for example, if there's a lot of low cloud at airports, it will be very difficult for us to know when the cloud is going to clear enough for aircraft to take off or land.
Are long-term forecasts ever accurate?
In terms of forecasting as far ahead as next summer or winter, there's a very new system where we can see how what's happening in one part of the world might affect another weather system somewhere else. So, like weather in the Arctic, the Gulf of Mexico, the Caribbean, and even the Pacific Ocean all make a difference to the weather in the U.S. So we can't get real detail that far ahead, but we can get a general trend.
What's your favorite kind of weather?
Thunderstorms, especially at night, because they're very exciting. You can see things like the lightning moving around inside the clouds, especially when the lightning really highlights the shape of the clouds. You never quite know what weather might come out of a thunderstorm. It's a kind of weather factory, really. It can generate large amounts of rain of tremendous intensity. It can bring very strong winds, large hail, snow sometimes. There's just incredible power and majesty in thunderstorms.
In what ways have you noticed that the weather has changed in the last 10 years?
Well, in fact, over the last 10 years, I don't think the weather has changed an awful lot. This year we've had an intense heat wave in Texas with over 30 days of 100-degree temperatures, while in Alaska, typically one of the wettest places in the U.S., there's been a drought. It's unusual, yes. These are quite extreme for the U.S., I guess, but it's not unprecedented. Both have happened before, and both will happen again. There's evidence to show that maybe extreme weather is happening a little bit more frequently. Certainly globally, looking at the science, it tends to have gotten more extreme than it has been in the past, and it's obviously becoming a little warmer as well, so yeah, but I haven't necessarily noticed it myself day to day.
Are you optimistic or pessimistic about climate change?
I'm pretty pessimistic about it. I think in the U.S., it will probably lead to more frequent, more extreme heat waves in the South and in Southern California, potentially colder and longer winters in the Northeast, and some more extreme weather as well, more intense rainfall, and a greater risk of extreme flooding in the Midwest and in the Pacific Northwest.
Matt, thank you very much for coming and answering our questions.
(4.8) 1. Holly.
Are you a risk taker?
Generally, definitely not. And I think that started early in life when I was little. I hated getting hurt, so I thought if I don't take any risks, I won't get hurt. And so I think even to this day, I'm not really a risk taker.
Can you give me an example of a risk you have taken?
Well, as I said, I don't usually take risks. For example, I hate flying. I only fly if there's no alternative, and I drive safely, carefully, because I don't want to put myself or my family in any danger. But once, someone persuaded me to try scuba diving. I was very worried in the beginning until I knew what I was doing. My mom was absolutely horrified that I was going to try it, so maybe it's a personality thing. In my family, my children are the same way, but anyway, in the end, I was pretty happy I tried scuba diving. It's one of the best things I've ever done. That's so interesting, isn't it? So even for me, I can see that sometimes taking a risk has a positive outcome.
2. Natalie.
Are you a risk taker?
I'd say that, on the whole, that I am, yes.
Can you give me an example of a risk you've taken?
Well, something I do a lot is buy things on eBay. And there, you're buying something you've never seen. You're relying on what the seller says about it. But you're going to calculate the risk based on their description and how much you're paying. So if it only costs $10, it's not a great risk. However, if it's an expensive item, you might lose some money. But I guess that's something that most people take a risk on now.
3. Tom.
Are you a risk taker?
I am in some ways. I mean, I've done some things that were physically dangerous, but when it comes to things like money, then I think I'm much more conservative.
Can you give me an example of a risk you've taken?
Well, when I finished college, my mom and dad just wanted me to apply for a normal kind of job, like working for a company. But I decided that I wanted a little more fun while I was that age, so I decided to spend some time working as a restaurant manager, and I worked at lots of different food and drinks festivals all over the world. I knew it would affect my resume because employers are always asking you questions about why you chose to do that, how was that useful to you, and just saying it seemed like a fun idea isn't a very good answer. After 2 or 3 years, I realized that it was going to be pretty hard for me to keep on doing the job past the age of about 30. But now I'm glad I did it, and actually, maybe it gave me what they call soft skills, like being flexible and dealing with people, which are really useful in my job now. I work in sales in a computer software company, so yeah, I think the risk was worth it in the end.
4. Jeannie.
Are you a risk taker?
Not really. No, I don't think I am. Though once I took a really big risk.
What was it?
When I graduated from college, I went right into a really well-paid job. And after about 2 years, I was doing really well and enjoying it a lot. And then, through some friends, I met this guy, Marco, and we fell in love immediately. I know people think love at first sight doesn't really happen, but it did. Anyway, he is a scientist, a marine biologist. And after we'd been going out for maybe 2 months or so, he was offered a job working in Australia, and he said, "Come with me." I did think about it for a little bit, but not much. And I left my well-paid job to follow a man I'd known less than 3 months to the other side of the world. My parents were horrified. I was horrified myself, actually. But I married him, and we are still together. So it was definitely worth it. But on the other hand, I haven't really had a career as such, and if I hadn't gone with him then, maybe I would have had a different kind of life. Who knows?
4.9.
If you want to be in shape, you need to exercise every day.
If people are wearing headphones while walking, they often don't notice other people.
If you haven't been to New York, you haven't lived.
4.10.
If the photos are good, I'll send them to you.
If you're not going to Jason's party, I'm not going to go either.
If I haven't come back by 9 o'clock, start dinner without me.
I'll have finished in an hour if you don't disturb me.
4.11.
I'll be ready as soon as I've had a cup of coffee.
Text me when your train's coming into the station.
I'm not going to buy the new model until the price has gone down a little.
I'm not going to work overtime this weekend unless I get paid for it.
Take your umbrella in case it's raining when you leave work.
4.12.
I'll call you as soon as the mail's been delivered.
4.13. 1.
Don't call me unless it's an emergency.
2.
As far as I'm concerned, you have to be crazy to want to do an extreme sport.
3.
Be careful with your wallet, and above all, don't use your phone on the street.
4.
It was such an amazing experience that I've never forgotten it.
5.
I dyed my hair blue a short time ago, and I hated it.
6.
I was scared at first, but it was worth it in the end.
7.
First of all, let's try to find a cheap hotel.
8.
In an ideal world, everyone would earn a salary.
4.14. 1.
Skiing was the first extreme sport that I did. I started when I was 6, and I haven't really stopped since. I take after my dad. We're both sports crazy. He got me into skiing so he could take me on winter vacations.
2.
I've done a lot of extreme sports in the mountains, such as mountain biking and rock climbing and ice walking across glaciers. I've also done whitewater rafting recently. It's very hard work, but really worth the energy.
3.
I think it's because I love taking risks. I love the adrenaline rush.
4.
I don't really think about getting injured or killed. I've never had a bad accident, but I've had some scary moments where I knew if I made a mistake, I could get seriously hurt. But I've never really thought there was a chance I could die.
5.
I think more and more people are taking part in extreme sports because they're becoming more accessible, and there's much more exposure than before on TV and on social media. Like I said before, it's the adrenaline rush that people really enjoy. You can't always get that in your everyday life.
6.
A few years ago, I would have said men were much more associated with extreme sports. However, I think it's becoming a little more equal between men and women. Extreme sportswomen are really appreciated because they're going against the gender stereotype, but men do still seem to dominate, maybe because they were more involved when the sports were first recognized.
4.15. 1.
Have you ever flown long haul?
I have flown long haul.
Where did you go?
I have gone from New York to London. I've gone from New York to Shanghai. I've flown, and I fly frequently to Frankfurt from New York. That's long haul.
How was the flight to Shanghai?
That flight was very long. I flew overnight. Lots of entertainment, many games, and many many movies. Lots of food.
2.
What kind of things do you enjoy reading?
I like to read. I'm a slow reader, but I love reading, so I like to read
besides every subject. I like biographies and I like true testimonies, and I like poetry a lot, and very occasional fiction, which I know is a challenge to write well.
Do you prefer reading in print or online?
I still prefer to read in print, but online saves time.
3.
Have you ever experienced extreme weather?
I lived in Japan, and every year Japan has a typhoon season. And it was quite soon into my stay there that we had several typhoons, one after the other, and it was quite extreme.
What happened?
We were all told to stay indoors. They were very used to it, so they had drills. And it did cause some damage in the town, I think, like broken roofs and things like that. But they did deal with it very well.
4.
Have you ever done a dangerous sport?
Yeah, I guess water skiing is the most dangerous sport I've done.
Did you enjoy it?
I did, but mostly because I just didn't realize that you can die from it. So I went really quickly and was like, this is great. And then afterwards, my sister told me about a relative of ours who broke their leg from water skiing. So, but it's fine.
End of CD 2.
Go to Telegram to use all the texts, audio, images, and neurotrainers.
CD 3. American English File, 3rd edition, Student Book 4, by Christina Latham Koenig, Clive Oxenden, and Kate Shimaki. Published in copyright Oxford University Press, 2021. 5.1.
Why did you decide to apply?
I'd always really enjoyed watching The Island with Bear Grylls, and I think it's really the ultimate challenge, being stranded on a desert island, having to survive there with no help at all. I love being outdoors and going on adventures, so that side of it really appealed to me as well. So I sent off my application form, and the next thing I knew, I had a couple of interviews. And then I got a phone call saying they wanted me to go on the island. Never in a million years when I applied did I think I'd actually get to go. So I was absolutely stunned when they told me they wanted me to go on the program, but at the same time, I was thrilled. And 2 weeks later, we were off on a plane to the island.
What survival techniques did you learn?
So we learned a whole range of survival techniques. We learned how to make fire, which was actually quite complicated. You had to get the right wood from a particular type of tree on the beach, and then use pieces of that wood and a shoelace to make fire. In our training, they made it look very easy. They had the fire lit within a few minutes, but in reality, it took us a couple of days before we made fire. But we did get it, which was amazing. Once we had fire, we could then boil water for drinking. The water we found was brown and green and had stuff floating in it. So we would filter it through a pair of pants or a shirt to get rid of the big clumps of dirt. And then we would boil it to kill off any bacteria or parasites. Amazingly, nobody got sick from drinking the water during our whole 5 weeks on the island. They also taught us how to build shelters to protect ourselves from the bad weather. In practice, the shelters were not that waterproof, and we had a lot of very wet, cold nights. They taught us how to navigate by the sun and how to build up a map of the island as we explored it. It didn't stop us from getting lost, though.
Who or what did you miss most?
Before I went on the show, I said I'd miss my husband the most. But in fact, the thing I missed the most was most definitely food. It was all I could think about, and if I couldn't sleep, I would go through a list of different pizza toppings in my head to try and get to sleep. I really missed having a good night's sleep. Although we did build shelters off the ground to stop us from getting bitten by the insects and other creepy crawlies, it was really uncomfortable. Having clean clothes, I missed that as well. Putting on dirty, wet socks every morning is one of the worst feelings. Of course, I missed my friends and family too. But actually, what I realised was that I didn't miss many things. I definitely didn't miss having a phone or a computer or the internet. Though, as I said, I did miss clean, dry socks.
5.2.
What was the most difficult or challenging part of your experience?
Well, because you're put on the island with just the clothes on your back and a few basic tools, it means that anything you eat you have to find, catch, and kill if necessary. So for the first week, we didn't eat anything at all except a few coconuts. So I lost 4 kilos in just a week. After that, most of what we ate was yucca, which is like a potato, grows in the ground. But you have to walk a lot to find it. And even then, it would only be the equivalent of having a small potato each every day. So we were still hungry. We were able to catch some fish, and then we did manage to kill a wild boar. And also, because of the lack of food, we became really weak. So it was hard even to go out for a stroll along the beach. That became really difficult. It was also difficult being dirty all the time, because the water we had to wash in was the ocean. So you're obviously salty and covered in sand, and you never really feel clean. When it rained, which was all the time, the ground would become really muddy and everything would just get absolutely filthy. We had a couple of weeks where the weather was really bad, so we were completely soaked, really freezing cold, wet, miserable, and hungry. And the other thing that was really difficult was the tension between the groups, and also within our group, because everyone was very stressed and hungry and tired. It didn't take much for arguments to occur, and there's nowhere to escape from on the desert island.
What were the highlights?
So at first, even just landing on the island was a highlight. Because we were so excited and we were meeting all these new people we'd never met before, and we were full of enthusiasm and energy. And we just had lunch, so we weren't hungry. So when Bear Grylls picked us up on his boat and drove us around the island, and then he stopped in the middle of the ocean and threw us out of the boat and told us to swim to the island, which was so exciting. And the last week was also a real highlight for me, because the two groups came together and we built a communal shelter in the middle of the beach for everyone to sleep in and to enjoy. And we had a really good time. The weather at this point had turned really good, and so we had a sports day, and we had a talent show, and even a wedding. It was a really fun week. But I think probably leaving the island was the real highlight. Best day of my life, even. It was so good to know that we'd survived for 35 days. And seeing Bear pull up on his boat to come and collect us was just an amazing feeling. I felt both really proud and super relieved.
Out of the 16 people that landed on the island, 13, including Allie, managed to last the whole 5 weeks. 2 participants decided to leave before the end, and unfortunately, one had to go to the hospital with an eye injury. By the last week, the participants had all realized that they were much more effective working together as one big team than trying to survive in separate groups. How much money they earned, or what their background was, turned out to be completely irrelevant. Both teams worked hard, kept their morale high, and survived.
5.3.
So I was absolutely stunned when they told me they wanted me to go on the program, but at the same time, I was thrilled. Seeing Bear pull up on his boat to come and collect us was just an amazing feeling. I felt both really proud and super relieved.
5.4. Feelings. 1. Adjectives. 1b.
I feel really miserable.
2f.
I feel a little homesick.
3e.
I'm a little disappointed.
4g.
I'm very lonely.
5i.
I'm incredibly proud.
6h.
I'm really fed up.
7c.
I'm very grateful.
8a.
I'm very upset.
9d.
I'm so relieved.
10j.
I'm very offended.
5.5. 2. Strong adjectives. 1.
Stunned.
2.
Devastated.
3.
Thrilled.
4.
Delighted.
5.
Astonished.
6.
Desperate.
7.
Overwhelmed.
8.
Bewildered.
9.
Horrified.
5.6. 3. Informal or slang words and expressions. 1b.
I was scared stiff when I heard the bedroom door opening.
2a.
You look a little down. What's the problem?
3d.
I'm absolutely worn out. I want to relax and put my feet up.
4f.
When I saw her, I couldn't believe my eyes. She looked 10 years younger.
5e.
I'm sick and tired of listening to you complain about your job.
6c.
He finally passed his driver's test. He's jumping for joy.
5.7. 1.
Hi, Sue. What's the matter?
I was just robbed. Please come quickly. I'm desperate.
2.
You weren't offended by what I said, were you?
Yes, actually I was.
3.
What did you think of the movie?
To be honest, I was a little disappointed.
4.
What don't you understand in the report?
I'm completely bewildered by so much information.
5.
Were you surprised to hear that the boss is leaving?
I was astonished. I really wasn't expecting it.
6.
So can you come to dinner next week?
Yes, we'd be delighted to. Thank you so much.
7.
How did your parents react when you told them you and Susan had separated?
They were devastated. It was such a shock.
8.
How did you feel when you heard the news?
I was absolutely horrified. It was an awful accident.
9.
So do you like the watch?
I love it. I'm completely overwhelmed. I don't know what to say.
5.8.
Yossi and Kevin soon realized that going by river was a big mistake. The river got faster and faster, and soon they were in rapids. The raft was swept down the river at an incredible speed until it hit a rock. Both men were thrown into the water. Kevin was a strong swimmer, and he managed to swim to land, but Yossi was swept away by the rapids.
Yossi, help! Help!
But Yossi didn't drown. He was carried several miles downriver by the rapids, but he eventually managed to swim to the riverbank. He was totally exhausted. By an incredible piece of luck, he found their backpack floating in the river. The backpack contained a little food, insect repellent, a lighter, and most important of all, the map. But the two friends were now separated by a canyon and 3 or 4 miles of jungle.
5.9.
Kevin was feeling desperate. He didn't know if Yossi was alive or dead, but he started walking downriver to look for him. He felt responsible for what had happened to his friend because he had persuaded him to go with him on the river.
Yossi! Yossi!
Yossi, however, was feeling very optimistic. He was sure that Kevin would look for him, so he started walking upriver calling his friend's name.
Kevin! Kevin!
But nobody answered. At night, Yossi tried to sleep, but he felt terrified. The jungle was full of noises. Suddenly, he woke up because he heard a branch breaking. He turned on his flashlight. There was a jaguar staring at him. Yossi was trembling with fear. But then he remembered something he had once seen in a movie. He used the cigarette lighter to set fire to the insect repellent spray, and he managed to scare the jaguar away.
$5.10.
After 5 days alone, Yossi was exhausted and starving. Suddenly, as he was walking, he saw a footprint on the trail. It was a hiking boot. It had to be Kevin's footprint.
Kevin!
He followed the trail until he discovered another footprint, and then another. But suddenly he realized that the footprints weren't Kevin's footprints. They were his own. He had been walking around in a circle. At that moment, Yossi realized that he would never find Kevin. In fact, he felt sure that Kevin must be dead. He felt totally depressed and at the point of giving up.
$5.11.
But Kevin wasn't dead. He was still looking for Yossi. But after nearly a week, he was also weak and exhausted from lack of food and lack of sleep. He decided that it was time to forget Yossi and try to save himself. He had just enough strength left to hold onto a log and let himself float down the river. Kevin was incredibly lucky. He was rescued by 2 Bolivian hunters who were traveling downriver in a canoe. The men only hunted in that part of the rainforest once a year, so if they had passed by a short time earlier or later, they wouldn't have seen Kevin. They took him back to the town of San Jose, where he spent 2 days recovering.
5.12.
As soon as Kevin felt well enough, he went to a Bolivian army base and asked them to look for Yossi.
Mi amigo se pierde en la selva. ¿Debes buscarlo?
The army officer he spoke to was sure that Yossi must be dead. But in the end, Kevin persuaded them to take him up in a plane and fly over the part of the rainforest where Yossi might be. But the plane had to fly too high over the rainforest, and the forest was too dense. They couldn't see anything at all. It was a hopeless search. Kevin felt terribly guilty. He was convinced that it was all his fault that Yossi was going to die in the jungle. Kevin's last hope was to pay a local man with a boat to take him up the river to look for his friend.
$5.13.
By now, Yossi had been on his own in the jungle for nearly 3 weeks. He hadn't eaten for days. He was starving, exhausted, and slowly losing his mind. It was evening. He lay down by the side of the river, ready for another night alone in the jungle. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a bee buzzing in his ear. He thought a bee had gotten inside his mosquito net. But when he opened his eyes, he saw that the buzzing noise wasn't a bee. It was a boat. Yossi was too weak to shout. "Help!" But Kevin had already seen him.
Yossi! Yossi! Yossi!
It was a 1 in a million chance that Kevin would find his friend. But he did. Yossi was saved. When Yossi had recovered, he and Kevin flew to the city of La Paz and they went directly to the hotel where they had agreed to meet Marcus and Carl. But Marcus and Carl were not at the hotel. The 2 men had never arrived back in the town of Apollo. The Bolivian army organized a search of the rainforest, but Marcus and Carl were never seen again.
$5.14. 1.
If there was a fire in this hotel, it would be very difficult to escape.
I wouldn't have a car if I didn't live in the suburbs.
2.
If it wasn't raining so hard, we could get to the top of the mountain.
3.
If I were you, I'd make Jimmy wear a helmet when he's riding a bike.
5.15. 1.
If they had found the river sooner, they would all have survived.
I wouldn't have gotten lost if I hadn't taken the wrong path.
2.
He would have died if he hadn't been wearing a helmet.
If the weather had been better, I might have arrived earlier.
5.16. 1.
If you came to class more often, you would probably pass the exam.
2.
If you had come to class more often, you would probably have passed the exam.
5.17.
I wish I was 10 years younger.
I wish I could understand what they're saying.
I wish we didn't live so far from my parents.
5.18.
I wish the bus would come. I'm freezing.
I wish you'd spend more time with the children.
I wish you wouldn't leave your shoes there. I almost tripped over them.
I wish bike riders wouldn't ride on the sidewalk.
5.19. 1.
It really infuriates me when people drive close behind me.
2.
I get very frustrated when something goes wrong with my internet connection and I don't know how to fix it.
3.
It's so embarrassing when I can't remember someone's name, but they can remember mine.
4.
I used to love shopping at the mall, but now I find it exhausting. After an hour, I just want to go home.
5.
I'm often disappointed with my birthday presents. My expectations are obviously too high.
6.
It amazes me that some people still don't do their banking online.
7.
I find speaking in public absolutely terrifying. I hate doing it.
8.
I've often been inspired by reading about how some successful people have overcome difficulties.
9.
I never find instructions for electronic devices helpful. In fact, usually they just confuse me.
10.
When I travel, I'm always thrilled if I manage to communicate something in a foreign language.
5.20. 1.
One thing I really regret is not being brave enough to ask out a girl who I met at a party last summer. I really liked her, but I was just too scared to invite her on a date in case she said no. I wish I'd tried. I'm absolutely sure we would have gotten along. Now it's too late. She's engaged to another guy.
2.
I wish I'd had more time with my grandmother. She died when I was 12, and since then, I've discovered that she must have been a really fascinating person. And there's so many things I would love to have been able to talk to her about. She was Polish, but she was in Russia, in St. Petersburg during the Russian Revolution. And she knew all sorts of interesting people at the time. Painters, writers, people like that. I was only a kid, so I never asked her much about her own life. Now I'm discovering all about her through reading her old letters and papers, but I wish she'd lived longer so that I could have talked to her about those times face to face.
3.
When I was in college, I had the chance to earn 2 degrees at the same time, a 4-year degree in aeronautical engineering and a master's degree in mechanical engineering. My parents were eager for me to study for both degrees because they thought I'd probably get better job offers when I graduated. But I was totally against the idea because my engineering classes were hard and I spent a lot of my time studying. Plus, I wanted to hang out with my friends every now and then and have some fun. So I ended up graduating with 1 degree and I have a good job. But now I wish I'd listened to my parents because if I want to advance my career at my current job, I have to go back to school and get my master's degree in mechanical engineering.
5.21.
I wish I'd worked harder in school.
I wish I hadn't spoken to him like that.
I wish she'd told me her true feelings.
5.22. 1.
I wish I hadn't eaten 2 pieces of cake.
2.
I wish I'd gone to college.
3.
I wish I'd bought those shoes I saw at the mall.
4.
I wish I hadn't told Anna about seeing her boyfriend with another woman.
5.
I wish we hadn't said we'd go to Mario's party tonight.
6.
I wish I'd been at the game.
5.23. 1D.
I wish I hadn't eaten 2 pieces of cake.
Yes, you should have had more self-control.
2C.
I wish I'd gone to college.
Well, it isn't too late. You're only 22.
3E.
I wish I'd bought those shoes I saw at the mall.
Why don't you go back to the store and see if they still have them?
4F.
I wish I hadn't told Anna about seeing her boyfriend with another woman.
Yes, that wasn't a good move on your part. I hope she's not too upset.
5A.
I wish we hadn't said we'd go to Mario's party tonight.
Do you want me to call and make an excuse?
6B.
I wish I'd been at the game.
Yes, watching it on TV is never as exciting.
5.24. I wish.
I wish I had said nothing at all. Everything that came out of my mouth was wrong. The words didn't help much.
I wish I had said that I love you. Everything that I said was not what I meant. All I want is for you to forgive me.
I wish I had said something to make everything go right. The only thing I should have said was what I really felt.
I wish I had said that I love you with all my heart, and that I'm sorry for everything that went wrong.
6.1. 1. Carlos.
Why do you have problems sleeping?
Well, I'm Mexican, but I moved to New York a few years ago when I married an American woman. I've been living here for 3 years now. I have a lot of problems falling asleep at night because our bedroom just isn't dark enough. I can't get used to sleeping in a bedroom where there's light coming in from the streetlights outside. In Mexico, I always used to sleep in complete darkness because my bedroom window had blinds. And when I went to bed, I used to close the blinds completely. But here in New York, our bedroom window just has curtains, and curtains don't block out the light enough. It takes me a long time to fall asleep at night, and I always wake up more often than I used to do in Mexico.
So why don't you just get thicker curtains?
Because my wife doesn't like sleeping in a completely dark room. She says that she feels claustrophobic if the room is too dark.
Ah, yes. Some people do feel like that.
2. Mark.
Why do you have problems sleeping?
Well, I'm a police officer, so I have to do shift work, which means I work at night every other week. So I start work at 10 o'clock at night and finish at 6 o'clock in the morning the following day. The main problem is that my body's used to sleeping at night, not during the day. So it's really hard to get used to being awake all night and trying to work and concentrate when your body is just telling you to go to bed.
But isn't it something you eventually get used to?
Actually, no, because I work during the day for 1 week, and then the next week I work at night, which means that just when my body has gotten used to being awake at night, then I go back to working in the day, and then, of course, I can't get to sleep at night because my body thinks it's going to have to work all night. The other problem is that when I get home after working a night shift, everyone else is just starting to wake up, so that means that it can be really noisy. The neighbors play the radio and bang doors and shout to wake their children up. So even though I'm really tired, it's just really hard to get to sleep.
How many hours do you usually sleep?
Before I became a police officer, I used to sleep about 8 or 9 hours a night. But I think now I probably don't sleep more than 6 hours.
3. Steph.
Why do you have problems sleeping?
I have a lot of problems sleeping because of jet lag. I have to travel a lot in my job and I take a lot of long-haul flights. I fly to New York quite often and I arrive maybe at 6 in the evening, my time, but when it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon in New York. So at 5 in the afternoon New York time, I'll be feeling tired and ready for bed because it's my bedtime. But I can't go to sleep because I'm probably still working or having dinner with my American colleagues. Then when I do finally get to bed at, say, midnight, I find that I wake up in the middle of the night because my body thinks that it's morning because it's still working on UK time.
And can you get back to sleep when you wake up?
No, that's the problem. I can't get back to sleep. And then the next day, when I have meetings, I feel really sleepy. It's very hard to stay awake all day. And just when I'm finally used to being on New York time, then it's time to fly back to the UK. And flying west to east is even worse.
Oh, why's that?
Because when I get off the plane, it's early morning in the UK. But for me, on New York time, it's the middle of the night. It takes me 4 or 5 days to recover from one of those trips.
Wow, that must be really difficult for you.
Yeah, it is.
6.2. Carlos.
I can't get used to sleeping in a bedroom where there's light coming in from the streetlights outside. I always used to sleep in complete darkness.
Mark.
The main problem is that my body's used to sleeping at night, not during the day. It's really hard to get used to being awake all night. Before I became a police officer, I used to sleep about 8 or 9 hours a night.
Steph.
And just when I'm finally used to being on New York time, then it's time to fly back to the UK.
6.3. 1.
I used to sleep for 8 hours every night, but now I only sleep for 6.
I didn't recognize him. He didn't used to have a beard.
2.
When I lived in Mexico as a child, we used to have pan dulce for breakfast. We would buy them every morning from the local baker.
6.4. 1.
I'm used to sleeping with the curtains open. I've never slept with them closed.
Carlos has just moved to Hong Kong. He isn't used to driving on the left.
2.
I can't get used to working at night. I feel tired all the time.
Don't worry, you'll get used to it fast.
6.5. 1.
I used to get up really late, but now I get up early.
2.
It often takes time to get used to sleeping in a new bed.
3.
Valerian is an herb that is used to help people to sleep better.
6.6. 1.
Loose. Lose.
2.
Bus. Buzz.
3.
Niece. Knees.
4.
Ice. Eyes.
5.
Race. Raise.
6.
Peace. Peas.
7.
Price. Prize.
8.
Place. Plays.
6.7. 1.
Pajamas should always be loose, never tight.
2.
There was a real buzz when she arrived.
3.
I'm taking my niece to the park.
4.
She has nice eyes.
5.
Are we going to have a race?
6.
They made peace.
7.
The prize was $100.
8.
We saw the plays last week.
6.8. 1.
Most people start feeling sleepy at around 11 p.m.
2.
When people are tired, they often open their mouth and yawn.
3.
When they get into bed, they put their head on the pillow.
4.
In bed, many people sleep under a thick comforter filled with feathers or synthetic material.
5.
Other people prefer to sleep under sheets and blankets.
6.
Some people can't sleep because they suffer from insomnia.
7.
People sometimes have to take sleeping pills to help them go to sleep.
8.
Some people who are asleep make a loud noise when they breathe, i.e., they snore.
9.
In hot countries, it's common to take a short nap in the afternoon.
10.
A person who sleeps well sleeps like a log.
11.
Someone who doesn't sleep very deeply is a light sleeper.
12.
Some children have nightmares if they watch scary movies before bedtime.
13.
If you drink coffee in the evening, it may keep you awake.
14.
In the middle of the night, most people are fast asleep.
15.
As many as 15% of people sleepwalk during the night, getting out of bed and even getting dressed or eating.
16.
When people need to get up early, they often set the alarm.
17.
If you don't hear your alarm, you might oversleep.
18.
According to one study, 4.7% of Americans fall asleep while driving.
6.9.
I know a lot about sleep. I've been involved in sleep research for over 36 years. I call myself a sleep expert. And I think that if you are going to give advice about sleep, you should follow your own rules. So here are some things you should know about my sleep habits. Number 1. I sleep in a different bedroom from my partner. Everyone should sleep alone. It's much better, if you can, to have your own room. You can wake refreshed rather than be angry because your partner snored all night. My partner wasn't offended when I suggested we had separate rooms. In fact, she found she slept much better. Apparently, I make funny noises in my sleep. Number 2. I sleep under natural materials. I wouldn't dream of getting into a bed made with hot, sweaty, man-made fibers. If you're really hot, it's hard to fall asleep or stay asleep. This is why we turn over at night, not just to relieve pressure, but to find a cool spot. To sleep well, we need to lose 1 degree of body temperature, and cotton is excellent at keeping us cool. Number 3. I'm obsessive about pillows. Pillows are really necessary for good sleep. It's essential that your body is in the right position, and a pillow should fill the gap between your shoulder and neck to keep the neck and spine aligned when you lie on your side. I have 2 pillows because I'm tall and that works for me. But if one pillow holds you in the correct position, that's fine too. I wash my pillows every 6 months and dry them outside. Number 4. I sleep with the window open. Fresh air is good for sleep, and a buildup of carbon dioxide disturbs it. It's the warmth under the comforter that's important, not the warmth of the room. So keep your bedroom door open and open the window at least a centimeter every night, all year round. Even if it's -5 degrees, I keep the window open and curl up with a hot water bottle. Number 5. I don't have dinner late. I prefer to eat before 7 p.m. If you have a large meal too close to bedtime, your body will still be working to digest it and not resting. Eating your main meal 3 or 4 hours before bed is ideal. Number 6. I drink coffee in the evenings. After dinner in a restaurant, I will happily order an espresso. Many people are insensitive to caffeine. Unless you know that you are sensitive to caffeine, it's actually the worrying that you've drunk caffeine that keeps you awake, not the caffeine itself. Number 7. I need 9.5 hours of sleep. It's a myth that you need an average of 8 hours of sleep. Sleep need is genetic. Some people might need 4 hours, others 11. The right amount of sleep for you is something you can figure out based on how many hours you need to feel alert during the day. That figure stays the same for you throughout your life. I always wake up at the same time early every morning, so to get the amount of sleep I need, I know I need to be in bed by 9:30 p.m. Number 8. I read a book before going to sleep. Everyone should have a way to relax before going to sleep. I read a non-thrilling book, often short stories, or a book with short chapters. You don't want something where every chapter ends on a cliffhanger, because that makes you want to read on.
6.10 Part 1.
I think it's very interesting that human beings are the only animals which listen to music for pleasure. A lot of research has been done to find out why we listen to music, and there seem to be 3 main reasons. Firstly, we listen to music to make us remember important moments in the past. For example, when we met someone for the first time. Think of Humphrey Bogart in the film Casablanca saying, "Darling, they're playing our song." When we hear a certain piece of music, we remember hearing it for the first time in some very special circumstances. Obviously, this music varies from person to person. Secondly, we listen to music to help us change activities. If we want to go from one activity to another, we often use music to help us make the change. For example, we might play a certain kind of music to prepare us to go out in the evening. Or we might play another kind of music to relax us when we get home from work. That's mainly why people listen to music in cars, and they often listen to one kind of music when they're going to work and another kind when they're coming home. The same is true of people on buses and trains. The third reason why we listen to music is to intensify the emotion that we're feeling. For example, if we're feeling sad, sometimes we want to get even sadder, so we play sad music. Or we're feeling angry, and we want to intensify the anger, then we play angry music. Or when we're planning a romantic dinner, we lay the table, we light candles, and then we think, what music would make this even more romantic?
6.11 1. Two. 3. Four. 6.12. Part 2.
Let's take three important human emotions: happiness, sadness, and anger. When people are happy, they speak faster and their voice is higher. When they are sad, they speak more slowly and their voice is lower. And when people are angry, they raise their voices or shout. Babies can tell whether their mother is happy or not simply by the sound of her voice, not by her words. What music does is it copies this, and it produces the same emotions. So, faster, higher-pitched music will sound happy. Slow music, with lots of falling pitches, will sound sad. Loud music, with irregular rhythms, will sound angry. It doesn't matter how good or bad the music is. If it has these characteristics, it will make you experience this emotion. Let me give you some examples. For happy, for example, the first movement of Beethoven's Seventh Symphony. For angry, say Mars from The Planets by Holst. And for sad, something like Albinoni's Adagio for strings. Of course, the people who exploit this most are the people who write film soundtracks. They can take a scene which visually has no emotion, and they can make the scene either scary, or calm, or happy, just by the music they write to go with it. Think of the music in the shower scene in Hitchcock's film Psycho. All you can see is a woman having a shower, but the music makes it absolutely terrifying.
6.13. 1.
Firstly, we listen to music to make us remember important moments in the past.
2.
When we hear a certain piece of music, we remember hearing it for the first time.
3.
If we want to go from one activity to another, we often use music to help us make the change.
6.14. 1.
I enjoy listening to music.
We couldn't help laughing.
2.
I'm really looking forward to seeing you.
I think you should give up drinking coffee after dinner.
3.
I want to speak to you.
They can't afford to buy a new car.
4.
I'd rather eat in than go out tonight.
She let him borrow her car.
5.
It started to rain.
It started raining.
6.15. 1.
Remember to lock the door.
I remember going to Lima as a child.
2.
Sorry, I forgot to do it.
I'll never forget seeing the Taj Mahal.
3.
I tried to open the window.
Try calling Yi Yi on her cell phone.
4.
You need to clean the car.
The car needs cleaning.
6.16. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8.
Bass is the only reason you don't play is because it goes higher than you can play. So violas, you just take over from the basses. 3 and...
9. 10. 11. 6.17. 1.
A cello.
2.
Drums.
3.
A bass guitar.
4.
A saxophone.
5.
A flute.
6.
A keyboard.
7.
A violin.
8.
A conductor.
9.
A choir.
10.
A soprano.
11.
An orchestra.
6.18.
Concerto.
Mezzo soprano.
Chorus.
Rhythm.
Symphony.
Ballet.
Encore.
Genre.
6.19. From Italian.
Barista. Cappuccino. Graffiti. Macchiato. Paparazzi. Villa.
From Greek.
Architecture. Hypochondriac. Microphone. Philosophy. Psychic. Psychologist.
From French.
Bouquet. Chauffeur. Chef. Chic. Croissant. Fiancé.
6.20. 1.
How well do you think you'd survive if you were left alone on a desert island?
Not very. I did the Boy Scouts, and so I know a little bit of basic survival, but I'd be hopefully be found rather quickly after my abandonment there.
What would you do?
Probably kind of what you see in all the movies, build a bonfire and see if I had any mirror or anything to attract a plane or a passing boat, and just try to find shelter and whatever type of food's on the island.
2.
What kind of things do people do that really annoy you?
Walking slowly in public, tapping their pencils on tables during lectures as well. Yeah.
Do you think you do anything that annoys other people?
Biting my nails. Yeah, not much else.
3.
Do you ever have problems sleeping?
Most of the time, I don't have problems sleeping, but sometimes if I am either really cold or I'm really excited about something that's happening or I'm really sad about something that has happened, then I have problems sleeping.
What do you do if you can't sleep?
I normally read a book because anytime I read a book in bed, I will fall asleep.
4.
On a typical day, do you listen to music?
Yes, I listen to music every day.
When and where?
First thing in the morning, outside, on my patio.
Do you listen to different kinds of music at different times of day?
I listen to different types of music no matter what time of day.
What makes you choose one kind of music over another?
I choose sort of spa, new age music in the morning to wake up. I choose country to just get going during the day and a little soul at night.
End of CD 3. CD 4. American English File, 3rd edition, Student Book 4, by Christina Latham Koenig, Clive Oxenden, and Kate Shimaki. Published in copyright Oxford University Press, 2021. 7.1.
Where's my milk? It's not here.
I haven't seen it. You must have finished it.
I definitely didn't finish it. I was keeping some for my cereal this morning. One of you must have used it.
It can't have been me. I only drink my oat milk. Could you have finished it last night and then forgotten? Did you have something before going to bed?
No, I didn't. I just drank a glass of water.
Someone might have given it to the cat.
Oh, come on. We all know she drinks water, not milk. I'm telling you, last night, I know there was some milk in the refrigerator. My milk.
Well, I don't know what happened to it. In any case, you should have put your name on it.
I did put my name on it, in capital letters.
And it wasn't me because I stayed at my mom's last night and I had breakfast there before getting back here.
What are you drinking, Jack?
Just coffee.
Yes, white coffee. That's where my milk went. You didn't have any milk of your own in the refrigerator.
Oh, Jack, you bad boy.
Well, you can go to the supermarket and get me some more.
Okay, calm down. I'll go and get you some milk.
7.2. 1,
You must have finished it.
2,
One of you must have used it.
3,
It can't have been me.
4,
Could you have finished it last night?
5,
Someone might have given it to the cat.
6,
You should have put your name on it.
7.3. 1,
I must have left my phone at Anna's. I definitely remember having it there.
You must have seen something. You were there when the accident happened.
2,
Somebody might have stolen your wallet when you were getting off the train.
I wonder why she's not here. I suppose she could have forgotten about the meeting.
He still hasn't arrived. I may not have given him the right directions.
3,
She can't have gone to work. Her car's still there.
You couldn't have seen their faces very clearly. It was too dark.
7.4.
We're going the wrong way. We should have turned left at the traffic light.
7.5. 1,
He must have left his bag at school.
2,
You must have known it would happen.
3,
It couldn't have been a very good concert.
4,
Could you have left it on the bus?
5,
There might have been some witnesses.
6,
You should have called me.
7.6. 1,
Where have you been all morning?
2,
I woke up in the middle of the night.
3,
Of course I'll be there on time.
4,
We couldn't have gone the wrong way.
5,
I'll have finished in about 10 minutes.
6,
What's the point of arguing?
Go to Telegram to use all the texts, audio, images, and neurotrainers.
7.7.
In life, we sometimes have disagreements with people. It could be with your partner, with your boss, with your parents, or with a friend. When this happens, the important thing is to try not to let a difference of opinion turn into a heated argument. But, of course, it's easier said than done. The first thing I would say is that the way you begin the conversation is very important. Imagine you live with your partner and you're feeling annoyed because you feel that you always do most of the housework. If you say, "Look, you're not doing your share of the housework," you're beginning the conversation in a very negative way, and the discussion will very soon turn into an argument. It's much more constructive to say something like, "I think we should take another look at how we divide up the housework. maybe there's a better way of doing it. My second piece of advice is simple. If you're the person who's in the wrong, just admit it. This is the easiest and best way to avoid an argument. Just apologize. Say to your roommate, your parents, or your husband, "Sorry, it was my fault," and move on. The other person will have much more respect for you if you do that. The next tip is don't exaggerate. Try not to say things like, "You always forget our wedding anniversary," when maybe this has only happened once before, or "You never, ever remember to turn off the lights." This will just make the other person get very defensive because what you're saying about them just isn't true. If you follow these tips, you may often be able to avoid an argument. But if an argument does start, it's important to keep things under control, and there are ways to do this. The most important thing is not to raise your voice. Raising your voice will just make the other person lose their temper, too. If you find yourself raising your voice, stop for a minute and take a deep breath. Say, "I didn't mean to shout. I'd rather not argue with you, but this is very important to me." And continue calmly. If you can talk calmly and quietly, you'll find the other person will be more ready to think about what you're saying. It's also very important to stick to the point. Try to keep to the topic you're talking about. Don't bring up old arguments or try to bring in other issues. Just concentrate on solving the one problem you're having and leave the other things for another time. So, for example, if you're arguing about the housework, don't suddenly say, "And another thing, I was really disappointed with my birthday present. You didn't make any effort at all." And my final tip is that, if necessary, call time out, like in a sporting event. If you think that an argument is getting out of control, then you can say to the other person, "Listen, I'd rather talk about this tomorrow when we've both calmed down." You can then continue talking about it the next day when maybe both of you are feeling less tense and angry. That way, there's a better chance that you'll be able to reach an agreement. You'll also probably find that the problem is much easier to solve when you've both had a good night of sleep. But I want to say one last thing that I think is very important. Some people think that arguing is always bad, but that isn't true. Conflict is a normal part of life, and dealing with conflict is an important part of any relationship, whether it's 3 people sharing an apartment, a married couple, or just 2 good friends. If you don't learn to argue properly, then when a real problem comes along, you won't be prepared to face it together. Think of all the smaller arguments as training sessions. Learn how to argue cleanly and fairly. It will help your relationships become stronger and last longer.
7.8. 1.
So, what do you have to say for yourself?
I didn't do it. It definitely wasn't me who did it. It must have been somebody else who stole the phone.
2.
Okay, so who would like to go first? Jeff?
Well, one idea is to make this new marketing campaign entirely digital and just have online advertisements.
Interesting. Though I'm not sure that would work. What do you think, Sarah?
Well, I'm not sure about that.
3.
Don't even think of swimming here. There are crocodiles. Look, there's a sign over there.
What? Let's get out of here.
4.
The New York Thruway? Oh no, we must have gone the wrong way.
Of course we've gone the wrong way. You should have taken the second exit at the traffic circle. What's the point of having a GPS if you don't do what it says?
Well, if you knew the way to your cousin's house, then we wouldn't have to use the GPS. Why didn't you call her before we left? It's always me who has the responsibility.
That is so not true.
5.
So, I just don't know what to do.
Well, I think maybe you ought to talk to her. She probably doesn't realize how much she upset you and how offended you feel.
6.
Okay, so lunch with my parents next Sunday.
Sorry, but no, I'm not going. You can go if you want, but I'm absolutely not going to another family Sunday lunch.
7.9. Verbs often confused. 1.
I need to discuss the problem with my boss.
2.
I often argue with my parents about doing housework.
3.
I didn't realize you were so unhappy.
4.
I didn't notice that Karen had changed her hair color.
5.
Jack always tries to avoid arguing with me.
6.
My dad can't prevent me from seeing my friends.
7.
When are you going to pay me back the $50 that I lent you?
8.
Could I borrow your car tonight? I know you're not using it.
9.
My parents don't mind if I stay out late.
10.
It doesn't matter if we're 5 minutes late.
11.
Can you remind me to call my mom later?
12.
Remember to turn off the lights before you go.
13.
I expect that Daniel will forget our anniversary. He always does.
14.
We'll have to wait half an hour for the next train.
15.
I wish I was a little taller.
16.
I hope that you can come. I haven't seen you in a long time.
17.
The Dallas Cowboys won the game 28-10.
18.
The Dallas Cowboys beat the New York Jets 28-10.
19.
Tom always refuses to discuss the problem.
20.
Tom always denies that he has a problem.
21.
The cost of living is going to rise again this month.
22.
It's hard not to raise your voice when you're arguing.
23.
Go and lie on the bed if you're tired.
24.
I usually lay my baby on the bed to change his diaper.
25.
The men had been planning to rob the bank.
26.
If you leave your bike unlocked, somebody might steal it.
27.
I think I should warn you that Liam doesn't always tell the truth.
28.
My teachers are going to advise me on what to study next year.
7.10.
This still is from the movie Atonement, a period drama set in the 1930s. It shows Keira Knightley, who plays Cecilia Tallis, the elder daughter of a wealthy family, and James McAvoy, who plays Robbie, the son of the family's housekeeper. Cecilia is studying at Cambridge University, and unusually, Robbie is too, his studies being paid for by Cecilia's father. Despite moving in very different circles in school, they have always been close, and they are now back at the family home for the holidays. This evening, there's going to be a dinner party to which Robbie has been invited. In this shot, he is following her into dinner. She is feeling anxious and indecisive because she has just realized that she is in love with him, but she knows that their relationship would be frowned upon given their difference in status. Despite this, soon after they declared their love for each other. The movie was one of Knightley's first big starring roles. It won several awards and was nominated for several others, including costume design. This green dress is one of the stunning outfits she appears in.
7.11. 1.
You look tired.
That cake smells good.
These jeans don't feel comfortable.
2.
Tim looks like his father.
Are you sure this is coffee? It tastes like tea.
This material feels like silk. Is it?
3.
She looks as if she's been crying.
It smells as if something's burning.
It sounds as if it's raining.
4.
I saw Jane this morning. She looks sad.
I spoke to Jane this morning. She seemed sad.
7.12. A.
Meryl Streep was nominated for an Oscar for her performance as Katharine Graham in The Post. The movie is about how Graham, the first female publisher of a major American newspaper, The Washington Post, and her staff published classified government documents about the U.S.'s involvement in the Vietnam War. The movie, set in 1971, focuses on Katharine as she tries to balance the deaths of her husband and father with managing the newspaper and a busy social life. Katharine feels nervous about running the newspaper because she has little business or journalistic experience. In this still, Katharine is talking to the paper's executive editor about possibly getting and publishing U.S. government secrets about the war. Her expression shows a mixture of feelings: concern for publishing the material and risk facing legal action from the U.S. government, perhaps some disappointment that the U.S. government had these secret files, and perhaps some worry as she weighs making the right decision for herself, her paper, and the United States.
B.
This is a scene from the fantasy movie Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which is a prequel to the Harry Potter movies. Set in 1926, the movie stars Eddie Redmayne as the wizard Newt Scamander, who comes to New York with a suitcase containing several magical creatures. When he's at the bank, one of the creatures escapes from the suitcase. In this scene, he is desperately trying to recapture it and is watching, horrified, as it starts stealing things from people in the bank. J.K. Rowling herself both wrote the script and co-produced the movie, and it was the first movie set in Harry Potter's wizarding world to win an Oscar.
C.
Frances McDormand, who won an Oscar for Best Actress in 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri, is without doubt one of the most versatile actresses of her generation. This still is from the Coen brothers' black comedy Burn After Reading, which also starred George Clooney and Brad Pitt. McDormand plays the role of Linda Litsky, a personal trainer who, with her co-worker Chad, tries to steal money from a retired CIA worker. Linda is in desperate need of money, mainly because she's obsessed with expensive cosmetic surgery. In this scene, she's discussing with the doctor the work she wants done. During the discussion, the doctor has suggested that she have an operation to get rid of her crow's feet, the lines and wrinkles around the eyes. Linda protests that they're baby, tiny crow's feet, and as the doctor explains the procedure, she feels more and more unsure and indecisive about what to do. The genius of McDormand's acting is that although the character of Linda is self-centered, superficial, and not very bright, MacDormand manages to portray her as a true American heroine.
D. This still shows Daniel Kaluuya in the 2017 horror movie Get Out. Daniel plays the role of Chris, a young black photographer, who goes to meet the parents of his white girlfriend, Rose, who live in a large house in the country. Although the parents try to make it clear that they are not at all racist, Chris quickly realizes that there is something very strange about them, and about the black servants they employ. In this scene, Rose's mother, a psychiatrist who practices hypnotherapy, is hypnotizing him. Although in theory it is to help him to stop smoking, here she gets him to relive the horror and the shock of the evening when he was 6 years old and his mother was killed in a car accident. Kaluuya was nominated for an Oscar for his performance, and the movie won the Oscar for Best Screenplay.
7.13 1.
I'm going to bed.
2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 7.14
Exercise 2 is called stroking an animal. This exercise is often used in drama classes for beginners to help them to develop their body language. It should be done in a group. Each person must think of an animal they really like. It can be a wild or tame animal, big or small. Then imagine stroking it. Think about where it is, in your hand, in your arms, standing or sitting next to you. Now, one by one, mime the action for the rest of the group. They have to guess which animal it is. Okay, now exercise 3 is called What Were They Wearing? This exercise is aimed at developing attention. Attention is very important for an actor because you have to be able to observe every detail of other people. This exercise is done in a group, with one person acting as the host. In a group, sit in a circle and for 3 minutes try to focus on what everyone is wearing. It's important to remember as many details as you can: clothes, accessories, etc. After 3 minutes, close your eyes unless you are the host of the game, and the host asks questions. For example, Anna, tell me please, what's Helen wearing? John, what color are Anna's shoes? Etc. At the end, everyone opens their eyes and checks the answers. The last exercise we're going to do today is exercise 4, the magic image. Showing emotions on stage or on camera can be very hard for some beginners. One trick, which this exercise helps with, is to develop a way of recalling the desired emotion. The exercise can be done individually or in groups. Choose one emotion, for example, anger, and then on a piece of paper, write down some situations that make you angry. For example, noisy neighbors or bad drivers. If you are doing this in a group, show each other what you've written down. You may want to choose some ideas from another person's list to add to your own list. Choose no more than 5 situations in total. When you have your final list, think of an image for each situation. For example, for noisy neighbors, it could be a dog. For bad drivers, a car, and so on. Now, the important part. You need to create one new image on the sheet of paper that combines your separate anger images. For example, a car with a dog in the back, etc. This is your magic image of anger. Recalling this image will help you show anger when you're acting. You can do the same thing with other emotions, such as happiness, sorrow, and so on. So, now let's actually do these exercises. We'll start with number 2, stroking an animal. So, if you can get into groups of 5 or 6, we'll get going.
7.15 B 1
I
2
Stubble.
3
wrinkles,
4
Lips.
5
neck,
6
Cheek.
7
forehead,
8
Chin.
C
Eyebrow.
eyelash,
Eyelid.
7.16 The body 1 Parts of the body and organs 4
Ankle.
1
Calf.
2
Heel.
3
Knee.
7
Elbow.
6
Fist.
9
Nails.
5
Palm.
8
Wrist.
13
Bottom.
10
Chest.
14
Hip.
12
Thigh.
11
Waist.
15
Brain.
18
Heart.
17
Kidneys.
16
Liver.
19.
Lungs.
7.17. 2. Verbs and verb phrases. B. 1,
Bite your nails.
2,
Blow your nose.
3,
Brush your hair. Brush your teeth.
4,
Comb your hair.
5,
Fold your arms.
6,
Hold somebody's hand.
7,
Touch your toes.
8,
Suck your thumb.
9,
Shake hands. Shake your head.
10,
Shrug your shoulders.
11,
Raise your eyebrows.
7.18. D. 1,
He winked at me to show that he was only joking. I.
2,
The steak was tough and difficult to chew. Teeth.
3,
When we met, we were so happy we hugged each other. Arms.
4,
Don't scratch the mosquito bite. You'll only make it worse. Nails.
5,
He waved goodbye sadly to his girlfriend as the train left the station. Hand.
6,
Some women think a man should kneel down when he proposes marriage. Knee.
7,
The teacher frowned when she saw all the mistakes I had made. Forehead.
8,
The painting was so strange. I stared at it for a long time. Eyes.
9,
She got out of bed and yawned and stretched. Mouth. Arms.
10,
If you don't know the word for something, just point at what you want. Finger.
7.19.
Calf.
Comb.
Kneel.
Palm.
Thumb.
Wrinkles.
Wrist.
7.20. 1H.
Honest.
2F.
Fasten.
3J.
Muscle.
4K.
Whistle.
5A.
Aisle.
6E.
Doubt.
7D.
Design.
8G.
Half.
9L.
Whole.
10B.
Calm.
11C.
Climb.
12I.
Knock.
8.1.
Stay safe. Street crime is often unplanned, so making yourself less of a target, moving with purpose, and being aware of your surroundings will go a long way to keeping you safe when you're out and about. Here are 8 important pieces of advice. 1. Be prepared. Always plan your route in advance. Carry a fully charged cell phone and some cash and tell someone where you're going. 2. Be assertive. From the moment you step out onto the street in the morning, you need to look assertive and act and walk with confidence. This will always make you appear in control, and you will seem much less vulnerable. 3. Be aware. Using a cell phone, whether you're calling, messaging, or looking up information, reduces your awareness of your surroundings. So does listening to loud music on headphones or wearing a hooded jacket or sweatshirt. 4. Hide it. Keep your valuables hidden either in a bag or under your clothes. This includes your phone, other devices such as cameras or tablets, and jewelry. Remember, out of sight, out of mind. 5. Go against the flow. When you're walking on the sidewalk, always face towards the oncoming traffic. This will make it more difficult for thieves on 2 wheels to ride up from behind and snatch your bag. But don't forget to still be aware of anyone approaching from ahead of you. 6. Trust your instincts. At night, try to avoid walking alone in places such as parks and quiet side streets, or in fact, in any area you don't know. If you do have to walk, keep to busy places where there is a lot of activity, good lighting, and security cameras. And if you're on public transportation, it's much better to travel with people you know or stick to routes that other people are using. 7. Make a plan. Discuss with friends what to do if something were to go wrong on your night out together. For example, if you were to get separated. Agree on a backup plan and keep an eye on each other during the evening. And stick to what you've agreed. 8. Look out for trouble. If a stranger offers you a ride, don't accept it, even if you're tired or running late for an appointment. Be careful whose car you get into, especially at airports or train stations. Illegal drivers often don't have a valid driver's license, and they overcharge passengers. Don't accept a ride from someone you don't know, especially when you can call a trustworthy ride-sharing service. Stay safe.
Eight 8.2. 1,
Burglar.
2,
Be burglarized.
3,
Burglary.
4,
Break into.
5,
Steal.
8.3. Crime and punishment. 1. Crimes and criminals. 1I.
Blackmail. Blackmailer. Blackmail.
2L.
Bribery. Bribe.
3E.
Burglary. Burglar. Break in. Burglarize.
4D.
Forgery. Forger. Forge.
5K.
Fraud. Fraudster. Commit fraud.
6F.
Hacking. Hacker. Hack.
7C.
Hijacking. Hijacker. Hijack.
8A.
Kidnapping. Kidnapper. Kidnap.
9O.
Mugging. Mugger. mug.
10B.
Murder, murderer, murder.
11J.
Robbery, robber, rob.
12G.
Smuggling, smuggler, smuggle.
13P.
Stalking, stalker, stalk.
14M.
Terrorism, terrorist. Use violent actions.
15N.
Theft, thief, steal.
16H.
Vandalism, vandal, vandalize.
8.4. 2. What happens to a criminal? The crime. 1.
Carl and Adam committed a crime. They robbed a large supermarket.
2.
The police investigated the crime.
3.
Carl and Adam were caught driving to the airport in a stolen car.
4.
They were arrested and taken to a police station.
5.
The police questioned them for 10 hours.
6.
Finally, they were charged with armed robbery.
The trial. 7.
2 months later, Carl and Adam appeared in court.
8.
They were accused of armed robbery and car theft.
9.
Witnesses told the court what they had seen or knew.
10.
The jury looked at and heard all the evidence.
11.
After 2 days, the jury reached their verdict.
12.
There was no proof that Adam had committed the crime.
13.
He was acquitted and allowed to go free.
14.
Carl was found guilty. His fingerprints were on the gun used in the robbery.
15.
The judge decided what Carl's punishment should be.
16.
He sentenced him to 10 years in prison.
8.5. A.
Up. Drugs. Judge. Mugger. Punishment. Smuggling. Tourist. Jury. You. Accuse.
B.
Fish. Guilty. Bird. Burglar. Murderer. Saw. Caught. Fraud. Stalk.
8.6. 1.
Luke was accused of smuggling drugs.
2.
Murderers must be punished, said the judge.
3.
The burglar is doing community service.
4.
The jury said he was guilty of fraud.
5.
The stalker was caught last August.
8.7.
Police in Stockport are looking for a man who is said to be the most polite armed robber. The robber always says please and thank you when he orders store workers to give him money from the cash register. It is believed that he is a tall man in his early 40s and that he wears a mask and rubber gloves during the robberies. It is thought that he has robbed at least 4 stores in Stockport in recent weeks. D.I. Anderson from Greater Manchester Police has given a warning to the public.
He is reported to be polite to his victims, but there's nothing polite about armed robbery. Last week, this man used a knife to threaten store workers, and they were terrified. Saying please and thank you doesn't change that.
8.8. 1.
The trial is being held this week. Jim was arrested last month. We saw that one of the windows had been broken. People used to be imprisoned for stealing bread. He paid a fine to avoid being sent to jail.
2.
People think he was blackmailed by his ex-wife. The purse was discovered by a dog walker.
8.9. 1.
I just had my bank account hacked. We had our passports stolen from our hotel room. Have you ever had your car vandalized?
2.
We just had a burglar alarm installed. You ought to have your locks changed. We need to have the broken window repaired.
8.10. 1.
They say that the fire was started deliberately. It is said that the fire was started deliberately.
People think that the mayor will resign. It is thought that the mayor will resign.
2.
People say the man is in his 40s. The man is said to be in his 40s.
The police believe he has left the country. He is believed to have left the country.
8.11. Story 1.
And now, news from around the country. In Fayetteville, Georgia, a truck filled with instant ramen noodles worth approximately $98,000 was stolen from a Chevron gas station near Georgia Interstate Highway 85 North. According to a report filed by the victim with local authorities, the truck disappeared sometime last week. The victim persuaded the gas station's owner to give him permission to park the tractor-trailer there. When the truck driver went back to the gas station to get his truck, it was gone, along with all the instant noodles. Lieutenant Alan Stevens, who works for the Fayette County Sheriff's Office, was reported as saying that this is the first ramen noodle theft that has ever occurred here in Fayette County. What does $98,000 worth of instant ramen noodles translate into? Well, on average, one package costs about 29 cents. That means that there were more than 300,000 packages of instant ramen in the stolen truck. While most nutritionists probably would not recommend eating instant ramen more than once or twice a month, there is enough for one person to eat 3 times a day for the next 300 years.
Story 2.
And now for our last story today. A zoo in Egypt has denied painting a donkey with black stripes in order to make it look like a zebra. Egyptian student Mahmoud Sarhan, 18, was visiting the zoo in Cairo when he noticed the animal, which had strange-looking black stripes. Mr. Sarhan was suspicious and took a photo of the animal, which appeared to have strange black marks on its face, and posted it online. He later told the media, "I knew it was a donkey as soon as I saw it. I'm an artist. I know the different shape of a donkey and a zebra, so it was easy to tell the difference." After the image was shared on social media, it went viral. Egyptian news site extranews.tv approached a local vet who agreed to examine the photo. He pointed out that zebras usually have a black nose and mouth, whereas the animal in Mr. Sarhan's photo appears to be pale in this area. The vet added that authentic zebra stripes are usually straighter and clearer than those on the animal in Mr. Sarhan's photo. The local radio station contacted the zoo's director, Mohammed Sultan. However, he refused to admit that the animal was a donkey.
8.12. 1.
Jack offered to drive me to the airport.
I promised not to tell anybody.
2.
The doctor advised me to rest.
I persuaded my sister not to go out with Max.
3.
I apologized for being so late.
The police accused Carl of stealing the car.
8.13.
Accuse.
Admit.
Advise.
Agree.
Convince.
Deny.
Insist.
Invite.
Offer.
Order.
Persuade.
Promise.
Refuse.
Regret.
Remind.
Suggest.
Threaten.
8.14. 1.
He offered to make some coffee.
2.
He refused to go.
3.
He agreed to help me.
4.
He promised to call me.
5.
He reminded me to lock the door.
6.
He advised me to buy a new car.
7.
He invited me to have dinner.
8.
He denied breaking the window.
9.
He admitted stealing the money.
10.
He regretted marrying Susan.
11.
He suggested going to a dance club.
12.
The police accused him of stealing the laptop.
8.15. 1.
I didn't steal the wallet.
Deny.
He denied stealing the wallet.
2.
I wish I hadn't bought a second-hand car.
Regret.
She regretted buying a second-hand car.
3.
Of course I'll come with you.
Agree.
He agreed to come with me.
4.
Why don't we go out for dinner?
Suggest.
She suggested going out for dinner.
5.
I'll open the window.
Offer.
He offered to open the window.
6.
You should ask the teacher.
Advise.
She advised me to ask the teacher.
8.16. The media. 1. The language of headlines. 1D.
President backs senator in latest scandal.
2A.
Thousands of jobs axed by U.S. companies.
3F.
Stock market hit by oil fears.
4C.
Astronaut bids to be first man on Mars.
5E.
Politicians clash over new car tax proposal.
6H.
Tennis star vows to avenge defeat.
7B.
Police quiz witness in murder trial.
8G.
Famous actress in restaurant bill spat.
8.17. 2. Journalists and people in the media. 1.
Critic.
2.
Sports commentator.
3.
Reporter.
4.
Editor.
5.
Host.
6.
Freelance journalist.
7.
Newscaster.
8.
Paparazzi.
9.
Advice columnist.
8.18. 3. Adjectives to describe the media. 1D.
The reporting in the paper was very sensational.
2E.
The news on Channel 12 is really biased.
3B.
I think the New York Times is the most objective of the Sunday papers.
4A.
The movie review was very accurate.
5C.
I think the report was censored.
8.19. 1.
Is there anyone you often have arguments with?
I suppose I often have arguments with my sister, and that is mostly about, who's gonna clean the dishes, whose turn is it to bring out the trash, who's gonna get the toilet paper next, things like that.
Who usually wins the argument?
Depends on who's more awake at the time. They usually win the arguments.
2.
Have you ever acted in a play or a movie?
I have acted in both plays and films, actually. That's my profession. I'm an actor.
What was your most recent play?
Okay, so my most recent play was called A Woman's Worth, where I played Jada, who is a wedding planner whose fiancé just refuses to make the commitment and actually get married to her.
Did you enjoy the experience?
I did enjoy the experience. I got a chance to perform in front of my friends and my family and my boyfriend, so that was really cool.
3.
Have you ever witnessed a crime?
I have witnessed a crime. When I was in Barcelona about 10 years ago, we were sitting out at a table eating, and I had my video camera on the table, and a woman came up and distracted us and grabbed my camera and ran away with it. And the waiter actually chased her and grabbed the camera back. So it was a crime that was stopped, but it was a crime.
4.
Where do you get your news from?
I read most of my news online or on my phone, and I do use newspaper apps, but I'm ashamed to say that a lot of my news does also come through social media.
What kind of news are you most interested in?
I'm interested in politics, sports, and really most news. I studied journalism, so I have an interest in it.
Do you mostly believe what you hear or read in the news?
No, I don't believe anything I read in the news. And I think you have to filter everything you read through the organization that it comes from, because every media outlet has some kind of bias.
End of CD 4. CD 5. American English File, 3rd edition, Student Book 4, by Christina Latham Koenig, Clive Oxenden, and Kate Shimaki. Published in copyright Oxford University Press, 2021. 9.1.
The first point to bear in mind is that nothing is ever free. How often have you seen ads saying things like, "Get a free Bluetooth speaker when you subscribe to our magazine for 6 months"? There's something about the word free that immediately attracts us. I want it. It makes us feel clever, as if we're going to get something for nothing. But, of course, that Bluetooth speaker, which, incidentally, will probably break the second time you use it, wasn't free at all. In spite of what the ad said, its price was really included in the magazine subscription. So, don't trust any ad that offers something for free. A second trick that advertisers use is when they tell us, "There are only a few left. Buy now while supplies last." What happens to us when we read or hear these words? Even though we don't really need the products, and maybe don't even like them, we immediately want to be among the lucky few who have them. But let's be clear about this. Companies just don't run out of products. Do you really think the manufacturers couldn't produce a few more if they thought they could sell them? Of course they could. When it comes to new products, we, the consumers, are like sheep, and we follow each other. So, another way advertisers have of getting us to use something is to tell us everybody's using it. And of course, we think everybody can't be wrong, so the product must be fantastic. So as to make us believe it, they use expressions like, "It's a must-have," or "It's the in thing," and they combine this with a photograph of a large group of people so that we can't fail to get the message. But don't be fooled. Even if everybody is using it, and they may not be, everybody can be wrong. Another favorite message is, "You too can look like this," accompanied by a photo of a fabulous-looking man or woman. But the problem is, you can't look like this because actually the woman or man in the photo is a model, and also because he or she doesn't really look like that either. The photo has been airbrushed in order to make the model look even slimmer, with perfect skin, and even more attractive than they are in real life. Ads also often mention a particular organization that recommends their product. For example, things like, "Our dog treats are recommended by the International Association of Dog Nutritionists." Well, that's probably an organization that the company set up themselves. Or, "A recent independent study found that our toothpaste cleans your teeth better than any other brand." What study was it? Who commissioned the study? It was probably produced for the company itself, and paid for by them too. Finally, what annoys me the most is, "Trust me, I'm a doctor," or "Trust me, I'm a celebrity." The idea is that if a celebrity is using the product, it must be fantastic, or if a doctor recommends it, it must really work. But be careful. Although the actress is holding the product in the photo, Do you really think she colors her hair with it at home? And the doctor in the ad, is he really a doctor or just an actor wearing a white coat?
9.2. 1.
In spite of what the ad said, its price was really included in the magazine subscription.
2.
Even though we don't really need the products, and maybe don't even like them, we immediately want to be among the lucky few who have them.
3.
So as to make us believe it, they use expressions like, "It's a must-have."
4.
And they combine this with a photograph of a large group of people so that we can't fail to get the message.
5.
The photo has been airbrushed in order to make the model look even slimmer, with perfect skin, and even more attractive than they are in real life.
6.
It was probably produced for the company itself, and paid for by them too.
7.
Although the actress is holding the product in the photo, do you really think she colors her hair with it at home?
9.3. 1.
Although the ad said it would last for years, my dishwasher stopped working after 2 months. My dishwasher stopped working after 2 months, though the ad said it would last for years. My dishwasher stopped working again, even though I'd had it repaired the week before. My dishwasher has never stopped working. I hardly ever use it, though.
2.
In spite of her age, my mother is still very active. Despite being 85, my mother is still very active. In spite of the fact that she's 85, my mother is still very active.
9.4. 1.
I went to the bank to talk to the bank manager. I went to the bank in order to talk to the bank manager. I went to the bank so as to talk to the bank manager.
2. I went to the bank for a meeting with the bank manager.
3.
I went to the bank so that I could talk to the manager in person.
4.
I wrote down what he said so as not to forget it. I wrote down what he said in order not to forget it.
9.5. Business. 1. Verbs and expressions. B. 1.
Apple products are easy to market because people are immediately attracted to the stylish designs.
2.
In 1989, Pepsi-Cola launched a new product called Pepsi AM, which was aimed at the breakfast cola drinker. It was an immediate flop.
3.
The Spanish airline Iberia merged with British Airways in 2011 and became one of the world's biggest airline groups.
4.
Although GAP stands for Genuine American Product, most of its clothes are manufactured in Asia.
5.
Prosciutto is a kind of Italian ham. Two of the best-known kinds are San Daniele and Parma, which are produced in the Friuli and Emilia regions of Italy and are exported all over the world.
6.
When General Mills took over Blue Buffalo, a gourmet pet food maker, the smaller company became part of the larger organization.
7.
The supermarket chain Tesco became the market leader in 1995 and is still the UK's biggest-selling chain. 8. The first Zara store was opened in La Coruña in Spain in 1975, where its head office still is today. The company started to expand into new markets in 1988, and it now has branches in 96 countries. 9.
Many banks are now offering loans to people who want to set up a new small business.
10. The cost of living in Iceland is so high because so many food products have to be imported.
11.
During a boom period, the economy grows quickly and living standards improve.
12.
During a recession, many companies close down and living standards drop.
9.6. 1. Verbs and expressions. D.
Do business. Do a job. Do market research. Do well. Do badly.
Make a deal. Make a decision. Make an investment. Make a loss. Make money.
9.7. 2. Idioms with business. 1F.
I think we've been through everything on today's agenda. Now, is there any other business?
2D.
Now that so many people book their vacations and travel online, many travel agencies have gone out of business.
3C.
Let's get down to business right away. We'll take a break in an hour or so.
4E.
She looks very determined, like a woman who means business.
5B.
What are you doing?
I'm sorry, but it's none of your business.
6H.
Is he your new boyfriend?
Mind your own business.
7A.
He arranged to meet his ex-business partner because they had some unfinished business.
8G.
Why are you taking your tennis racket on a work trip? It's never a good idea to mix business with pleasure.
9.8. 1.
We export to customers all over the world.
2.
One of our main exports is cheese.
3.
Sales have increased by 10% this month.
4.
There has been a large increase in profits this year.
5.
The new building is progressing well.
6.
We're making good progress with the report.
7.
Most toys these days are produced in China.
8.
The demand for organic produce has grown enormously.
Go to Telegram to use all the texts, audio, images, and neurotrainers.
9.9. 1.
I think I'd have to say Venice in Italy.
2.
The most beautiful city I've been to recently is probably Curitiba, which is in southern Brazil.
3.
The most beautiful city I've ever been to is Banff in Alberta, Canada.
4.
I know lots of beautiful cities, and I wouldn't choose one above all the others, but One I always love going back to is Edinburgh in Scotland.
5,
The most beautiful city I've been to is Kyoto in Japan.
9.10,
The Rialto Bridge. The Grand Canal.
The Wire Opera House. The Bosque Alamo.
The White Museum.
The Scotsman Steps. The River Leith.
The Kinkakuji Temple.
9.11, 1,
I think I'd have to say Venice in Italy. In spite of all the tourists, all the cliches, I still think it's the most beautiful city I know. I always remember the first time I went. I arrived by train, and we stepped out of the train station, and suddenly it was all there. The canals, the wonderful old buildings. What makes it beautiful for me is the light, the combination of the reflections of the churches and palaces in the water, the wonderful winding streets alongside canals, which are all different but also all similar. Oh, it's an incredibly easy city to get lost in. And of course, the fact that there are no cars, no traffic. I fell totally in love with it that first time, and I've been back since then and loved it just as much. It's difficult to think of just one thing to see. I mean, Piazza San Marco is beautiful, the Rialto Bridge. But I wouldn't say they were the things I remember the most. I would actually say just wander, without a map or a goal, and get lost. Everything is beautiful. The one thing I'd say to do is go on a vaporetto, a water bus, down the Grand Canal. I don't think gondolas are worth it. They're ridiculously expensive, and you can enjoy everything just as much on a vaporetto.
2,
The most beautiful city I've been to recently is probably Curitiba, which is in southern Brazil. I think one of the things I liked about it most was it's described as the greenest city on earth. And they've really focused on creating a quality public transportation system. There's a huge number of parks in Curitiba. In fact, there's so much grass that the local authority uses sheep to cut the grass, not lawnmowers. And I just think that what I like about it is their commitment to trying to make the city an environmentally friendly place to live. One place you need to see there is the Wire Opera House, which it's built in the middle of an artificial lake in the middle of a park. And it's built out of steel tubes. It's really extraordinary and beautiful, I think. And if I had to recommend one thing to do, I'd say go for a walk in the Bosque Alamo. It's one of the wonderful parks in Curitiba. And visit the free environmental university that is built up in the trees just nearby. Its mission is to educate people about the environment, and I just think that's a wonderful goal to have.
3,
The most beautiful city I've ever been to is Banff in Alberta, Canada. Well, it's not really a city. It's really more like a town. But anyway, it's one of my all-time favorite places to visit. What makes it beautiful for me is that it looks like it came out of an old Western movie. There are old, rugged buildings that aren't too tall, and it has a rustic feel. Kind of like you might see a cowboy riding a horse along the main street at any given moment. And the whole place is like that. There aren't any modern skyscrapers in Banff, but what does catch your eye is that the town is surrounded by gorgeous snow-topped mountains. There are lots of things to do. There's a great museum, the White Museum, and there's good shopping. But I think that the town is just amazing to look at. And also, there are very few cars, so you can just walk around. I'd suggest walking along the Bow River. Or, if you're more adventurous, you can rent a canoe and paddle in the river. Something everyone who visits Banff needs to do is take the gondola up Sulphur Mountain. find a comfortable chair on the deck of the visitor center at the top, order something to eat and drink, and take in the view of the town below nestled in the mountains. It's amazing.
4.
I know lots of beautiful cities, and I wouldn't choose one above all the others, but one I always love going back to is Edinburgh in Scotland. And something I really love about Edinburgh is that because it's kind of compact, more or less wherever you are in the city, you can see outside the city. So you can see the ocean, you can see the hills around, so you always have a sense of the city and the landscape, and I really like that. And one thing I would recommend people to see in Edinburgh is something called the Scotsman's Steps, which is a staircase that goes from the wall that joins the old town to the new town, and it's actually an artwork. It's called work number 1059 by an artist named Martin Creed, and it's basically a staircase made of marble steps. Each one is a different color marble, so you really have a feel of going somewhere. You're going from one color to the next, and I love that place. And something I would do in Edinburgh would be to walk along the river Leith either way, either from the port of Leith up into the city or the other way, because it's like a secret part of Edinburgh, and you see Edinburgh from a different perspective.
5.
The most beautiful city I've been to is Kyoto in Japan. It's a really wonderful place because it's a mix of, well, like many Japanese cities, very, very modern buildings and a lot of traditional temple areas as well. And you can walk down any Japanese shopping street and find a big supermarket or a modern office building next to a little temple where you step back in time many centuries. The one place that I would recommend that you see is the Kinkakuji Temple. That is a very, very famous tourist site. It has a golden pavilion in the middle, and it's the most wonderful place. It gets very, very busy, but I was lucky enough to visit it when I lived in Japan, and I was able to stay with a friend and go there very early in the morning to avoid the crowds. One thing you need to do if you go to Kyoto is to try to stay not in a modern hotel, but in a ryokan, which is a traditional Japanese guest house where you can sleep on tatami matting and have Japanese breakfast, which is rice, eggs, fish, and seaweed.
9.12. 1.
The weather is fantastic there, and there's very little traffic, so you can walk everywhere.
The scenery is beautiful here, but it's spoiled by all the trash people leave.
2.
Could you give me some advice about where to stay?
One useful piece of advice is to get a Metro card.
3.
The new opera house is made mainly of glass.
Can I have a glass of tap water, please?
9.13. 1.
One of the best museums is on the outskirts of the city.
My clothes are filthy. I'll put on some clean pants. I'll put on a pair of clean pants.
2.
The hotel staff is very efficient.
The cabin crew is coming around with the snack cart in just a few minutes.
9.14. Word building. 1. Prefixes and suffixes that add meaning. B. 1G.
Mumbai is a very overcrowded city.
2C.
Tokyo was one of the first megacities.
3D.
This part of the city is very poor and underdeveloped.
4B.
London is a very multicultural city with many different races and religions.
5J.
The quickest way to get around New York is on the subway.
6H.
Many people in Montreal are bilingual. They speak English and French.
7E.
If you want to avoid the traffic jams in Bangkok, take the monorail.
8F.
The autopilot was turned on after the plane had taken off.
9A.
Vandalism, especially breaking public property, is very antisocial behavior.
10K.
I misunderstood the directions, and now I'm completely lost.
11I.
He's earning a postgraduate degree in aeronautical engineering.
9.15. D. 1D.
There are a lot of homeless people in this city.
The situation is hopeless.
2A.
Be careful how you drive.
The instructions were very useful.
3C.
The police usually wear bulletproof vests.
My watch is waterproof.
4B.
Their new laptops are completely unbreakable.
I don't think the tap water here is drinkable.
9.16. 2. Nouns formed with suffixes.
Intention. Reduction.
Employment. Entertainment. Excitement. Government. Improvement.
Friendliness. Loneliness. Ugliness. Weakness.
Absence. Distance. Ignorance. Violence.
Racism. Vandalism.
Brotherhood. Childhood.
9.17. 3. Nouns that are different words. 1.
Lose. Loss.
2.
Die. Death.
3.
Succeed. Success.
4.
Think. Thought.
5.
Believe. Belief.
6.
Hot. Heat.
7.
Strong. Strength.
8.
Hungry. Hunger.
9.
High. Height.
10.
Wide. Width.
9.18.
Accommodation.
Antisocial.
Bilingual.
Entertainment.
Government.
Homeless.
Loneliness.
Multicultural.
Neighborhood.
Overcrowded.
Poverty.
Underdeveloped.
Unemployment.
Vandalism.
10.1. 1.
Why is the sky blue?
To understand why the sky is blue, we first need to understand a little about light. Although light from the sun looks white, it's really made up of many different colors, as we see when they are spread out in a rainbow. Light is like a wave of energy, and each color has a different wavelength. Red is the longest, and blue and violet are the shortest. When the sun's light reaches the Earth's atmosphere, it's scattered by tiny molecules of gas in the air. Shorter wavelengths, violet and blue, are scattered the most widely, and our eyes are much more sensitive to blue than violet, so we see more of the blue light than the other colors. So that's why we see the sky as blue. Two.
Why is the sea salty?
Most of our planet's surface is covered in salt water. But where does the salt come from? Well, some of it comes from rocks on the bottom of the ocean, but most of it actually comes from the land around us. Every time it rains, tiny amounts of mineral salts dissolve into rivers, and these eventually get to the ocean. Rivers aren't very salty because they flow continually, but the sun's heat causes the ocean water to evaporate, so the salt in the ocean becomes more concentrated. Three.
Why can we sometimes see the moon during the day?
We all know that the sun produces a lot of strong light, so when it's in the sky, we can't see the stars or the other planets. The moon doesn't produce light. It reflects the light of the sun. The moon is visible for about 12 out of every 24 hours because of the way it rotates around the Earth. This means it's visible for some time during daylight, nearly every day. Four.
Why do we have a leap year?
A year is the amount of time it takes the Earth to go around the sun, and we've divided our calendar year into 365 days. However, it actually takes the Earth 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 45 seconds to go around the sun. To deal with this difference, we add 1 day, 24 hours, to our calendar every 4 years. This adjustment is not exactly correct because it effectively adds 6 hours per year rather than the exact amount of the difference. Five.
Why do we blink?
A blink of an eye lasts only 1/10 of a second. Every time you blink, your eyelids spread fluid across the surface of your eyes to keep them moist and also to stop them from getting dirty. Blinking also keeps eyes safe from things that might damage them, such as bright light and sometimes bigger objects coming into our eyes, like a small insect. Blinking stops the activity in your brain that detects changes, so you never notice that you actually stop seeing for a very short time when you blink. Six.
Why does cutting onions make us cry?
For a vegetable, onions have very complicated chemistry. When you cut them, a chemical reaction changes molecules in the onion into a gas. When this gas reaches the cornea, the transparent layer that covers and protects the outer part of your eye, the cornea senses it as an irritant. It acts to protect your eyes by making you cry, and the tears clean your eyes. Seven.
What is a cloud?
We all enjoy looking at clouds and seeing their different shapes, but what's the science behind them? Well, the sky is full of drops of water, but most of the time you can't see them because they're too small. The drops have turned into water vapor. As the water vapor goes higher in the sky, the air gets cooler. The cooler air causes the drops to start to stick to things, like pieces of dust, ice, or sea salt, which make them visible. So that's what we see when we see clouds. Eight.
What is a black hole?
This is another physics question. A black hole is caused by gravity. There are places in space where gravity pulls so hard that even light cannot get out. The reason that gravity is so strong in a black hole is that a lot of matter, that's physical stuff, has been compressed into a tiny space. A lot of matter has a high mass, and this creates a strong gravitational pull. Inside a black hole, space is falling faster than light, which is why light can't escape.
Ten point two. 1,
Science.
2,
Physics.
3,
Chemistry.
4,
Biology.
5,
Astronomy.
6,
Genetics.
7,
Botany.
8,
Zoology.
10.3. 1,
Science. Scientist. Scientific.
2,
Physics. Physicist. Physical.
3,
Chemistry. Chemist. Chemical.
4,
Biology. Biologist. Biological.
5,
Astronomy. Astronomer. Astronomical.
6,
Genetics. geneticist, genetic,
7,
Botany, botanist, botanical.
8,
zoology, zoologist, zoological.
10.4. 1,
Genetically modified.
2,
Botanical gardens.
3,
Chemical reaction.
4,
Human biology.
5,
Physical energy.
6,
Astronomically expensive.
10.5. 1,
Scientists carry out experiments in a laboratory.
2,
Archimedes made an important discovery in his bathtub.
3,
Isaac Newton's experiments proved his theory that gravity existed.
4,
Before a pharmaceutical company can sell new drugs, they have to do tests to make sure they are safe.
5,
Scientists have to do a lot of research on the possible side effects of new drugs.
6,
People can volunteer to be guinea pigs in clinical trials.
7,
In 1996, scientists were able to clone a sheep for the first time, which they named Dolly.
10.6. 1,
All animals need food.
All fruit contains sugar.
All the scientists at the conference agree with the theory.
The animals all look sad.
The animals are all healthy.
2,
Everybody is here.
Everything is very expensive.
3,
Most people live in cities.
Most of the people in this class are women.
4,
All of us work hard and most of us come to class every week.
5,
Every room has a bathroom.
I work every Saturday.
10.7. 1,
Is there any milk?
Sorry, there's no milk. There isn't any.
2,
Is there any food?
No, none. There's none, but none of us are hungry.
3,
Come any weekend.
Anyone can come.
10.8. 1,
Both Pierre and Marie Curie were scientists. Neither Pierre nor Marie Curie was aware of the dangers of radiation. Marie Curie wanted to study either physics or mathematics. In the end, she studied the two subjects.
2,
She and her husband both won Nobel Prizes.
Pierre and Marie were both interested in radium.
3,
Both of them won the Nobel Prize.
Neither of them realized how dangerous radium was.
10.9. 1,
In direct current, the electrons move in only one direction.
2,
Helium gas can be found in both liquid and solid form.
3,
Adult giraffes remain standing all day.
4,
Of all the water on our planet, hardly any of it is found underground.
5,
Snakes eat either other animals or eggs.
6.
A diamond can be destroyed only by intense heat.
7.
The human brain can continue to live without oxygen for nearly 6 minutes.
8.
In our solar system, Pluto is no longer considered to be a planet.
9.
When we breathe out, some of that air is oxygen.
10.
An individual blood cell makes a whole circuit of the body in nearly 60 seconds.
10.10.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
10.11.
When Neil Armstrong became the first man to walk on the moon on July 20th, 1969, a global audience of 500 million people were watching and listening. As he climbed down the steps from the spacecraft and stepped onto the moon, they heard him say, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." It seemed like the perfect quote for such a momentous occasion. But from the moment he said it, people have argued about whether Armstrong got his lines wrong and made a mistake. James, tell us about it.
Well, Armstrong always said that he wrote those words himself, which became some of the most famous and memorable words in history, during the time between landing on the moon and actually stepping out of the capsule onto the moon. That was almost 7 hours.
And so what is the controversy about what Armstrong said when he stepped down the ladder onto the moon?
The question is, did he say, one small step for man, or one small step for a man? That's to say, did he use the indefinite article or not? It's just a little word, but there's a big difference in meaning. Armstrong always insisted that he wrote, one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind. Of course, this would have been a meaningful sentence. If you say, a man, then it clearly means that this was one small step for an individual man, i.e. himself, but one giant leap for mankind. That's to say, men and women in general. But what everybody actually heard was, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, with no indefinite article. And that sentence means, one small step for people in general, one giant leap for people in general. And that doesn't really make sense.
So did he just get the line wrong when he said it?
Well, Armstrong himself was never sure if he actually said what he wrote. In his biography, First Man, he told the author, James Hansen, "I must admit that it doesn't sound like the word is there. On the other hand, certainly the was intended because that's the only way it makes sense." He always regretted that there had been so much confusion about it, but almost 4 decades later, Armstrong was proved to be right. Peter Shan Ford, an Australian computer expert, used very high-tech sound techniques to analyze his sentence, and he discovered that the was said by Armstrong. It's just that he said it so quickly that you couldn't hear it on the recording that was broadcast to the world on July 20th, 1969.
Was Armstrong relieved to hear this?
Yes, he was. I think it meant a lot to him to know that he didn't make a mistake.
10.12. 1.
My neighbor just got a dog and a cat. The dog is an Alsatian and the cat is a Siamese. Jack got into the car and drove to the courthouse.
2.
Children are often better than adults at new technology. I don't like sports or classical music.
3.
Last night I came home late and went straight to bed.
10.13.
My son is in high school.
They're building a new high school in my town. He was sent to prison for 2 years.
My grandmother used to work in the prison as a nurse.
10.14. 1.
South Korea is in East Asia.
2.
Macy's is one of the most famous department stores in the U.S.
3.
Lake Maracaibo and Lake Titicaca are both in South America.
4.
The Danube River flows into the Black Sea.
5.
The Metropolitan Museum is located on Fifth Avenue in New York.
10.15. Elizabeth I. A.
I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and a king of England too.
Abraham Lincoln. B.
It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
Emmeline Pankhurst. C.
The title of my speech today is The Laws That Men Have Made. Men politicians are in the habit of talking to women as if there were no laws that affect women. The fact is, they say, the home is the place for women. Their interests are the rearing and training of children. These are the things that interest women. Politics have nothing to do with these things, and therefore, politics do not concern women.
Winston Churchill. D.
We shall fight on the beaches. We shall...
John F. Kennedy. E.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. My fellow citizens of the world, ask not what America will do for you, but what together we can do for the freedom of man.
Martin Luther King, Jr. F. Nelson Mandela. G.
I have cherished the idea of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die.
Barack Obama. H.
For when we have faced down impossible odds, when we've been told we're not ready, or that we shouldn't try, or that we can't, generations of Americans have responded with a simple creed that sums up the spirit of a people. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. 10.16.
Welcome to today's program. Our topic today is public speaking. Public speaking is right up there at the top of what most people say they're most afraid of. There's even a name for it: glossophobia. But hopefully after this program, you will feel a lot more confident if you do have to make a speech or give a presentation. First, we have Lynn Parker, an expert in the art of public speaking, who's going to tell us some of her do's and don'ts. Then after that, we're going to talk to Anya Edwards from Chile. Anya was a finalist in last year's English-Speaking Union International Public Speaking Competition. Lynn, I believe you have 6 key tips for us. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. My first tip, and maybe the most important one, is be yourself. This applies both to how you speak and to what you actually do on the stage, whether that's standing up, sitting down, or moving about. Do what you feel comfortable with. The only don't regarding how you are on stage, I'd say, is try not to continually walk up and down, because this tends to distract people from what you're saying.
Yes, I find that distracting, actually.
Second, if you're using PowerPoint, don't just type out your talk. You want people to listen to what you're saying, not to read ahead. Slides are best for illustrating your talk or for drawing attention to a point. Pictures are often better than words, but if you use words, do keep it short, and do remember the 10-20-30 rule. Do you know what that is?
No. Do tell us.
The 10-20-30 rule is that the ideal presentation should have 10 slides, last 20 minutes, and never have a font size on the slides that's less than 30 points.
Great. That's an easy one to remember. And tip number 3?
Maintain eye contact with your audience, whether it's to 500 people in a room or 20 people in a classroom or around a table. Don't spend the whole talk looking at your notes or slides.
How can you maintain eye contact with 500 people?
Well, you can't with all of them, of course. But a good technique is to scan the audience occasionally from side to side and front to back to give the impression you're talking to everyone.
Number 4.
Rehearse, rehearse, rehearse. In front of a mirror, or even better, video yourself. It will make you aware of how you use your hands and body, and even what clothes look right.
Number 5.
Include a couple of good sound bites. Whenever you hear something good, write it down, because you might be able to use it later.
So, sound bites rather than stories or examples?
Well, no, not instead of. A good story or example can also help to illustrate a situation or help people to remember the point you were making. Just don't make it too long. And if you're telling a little story, remember, good stories have a beginning, a middle, and an end.
And your last point?
Listen to other speakers. There are lots of good resources online, such as TED Talks and The Moth, which is a great storytelling website. Also, listen to people talking when you're out and about. For example, traveling on public transportation or in line at the supermarket. You never know what witty remarks or good stories you might pick up along the way.
Thank you very much, Lynn.
10.17.
And now we have Anya on the line from Chile.
Hello.
Anya, you took part in the competition last year, is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little about it?
Well, it's open to people from any country between the ages of 16 and 18. First, you compete at home, so for me, in Chile, and then the international finals take place in London.
What exactly did you have to do there?
So you have to give 2 speeches. The first one is a prepared speech that is a maximum of 5 minutes on a subject that they give you. That year for me, it was on the role of education. And then, after your speech, you have to answer questions for 3 to 4 minutes. And then the second speech, and this was definitely the scariest, was the impromptu speech. You are given 3 subjects to choose from, which you've never seen before, and then 15 minutes to choose one and prepare a speech of 3 minutes.
What did you choose?
I chose the title, To Be Grown Up is a State of Mind.
Were you nervous?
I was nervous, very nervous. But then I've never not been nervous before speaking in front of an audience. I've done a lot of drama, of acting, and that's taught me that nerves are good because you can learn to channel them into a better performance.
How is public speaking different from acting?
Well, in many ways they're similar because you need many of the same qualities to be able to stand in front of an audience confidently and speak clearly, to be convincing. But I'd say that public speaking is harder because you can't rely on anyone else. If you miss a line, there won't be someone next to you to give you your cue, and you're the main focus of attention 100% of the time.
And what did you learn from the experience?
I think it was one of the most useful skills I've ever learned, and that any person can have, because if you've learned to do it well and practiced, it means that you'll never ever have to worry about standing up and speaking in front of other people.
What tips would you give to someone about writing a speech?
Well, for writing a speech, I'd say to start by talking about the topic out loud and record whatever comes into your head on your phone. Then listen back to it and start by ordering your ideas on paper. And if you think the subject you have to talk about is a little dry, try to come up with some anecdotes to illustrate it. Also, use plain, simple language. Vocabulary that's too complicated puts people off.
And to deliver it?
I agree entirely with Lynn about being authentic, about being yourself. If you want your speech to be effective, people need to believe what you say. And in order to convince them, you need to be convinced yourself.
10.18. B.
Backwards and forwards.
Cause and effect.
Forgive and forget.
Health and safety.
Live and learn.
Thunder and lightning.
Pros and cons.
Peace and quiet.
Supply and demand.
Short and sweet.
C.
Right or wrong.
Now or never.
More or less.
Sooner or later.
All or nothing.
Once or twice.
Dead or alive.
Rain or shine.
10.19.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming. I'm going to talk to you today about one of my hobbies, baking. I've loved baking since I was a child. My grandmother taught me to make simple cookies and cakes. And later, when I was a teenager, I watched a lot of TV shows and online videos to learn how to make more complicated ones. What I like about baking is that it's very creative, and it makes other people happy.
10.20 1.
Are there any brands that you think have a really good logo or slogan?
I think, the one that sticks out to me the most is the Nike swoosh. I've sort of been fascinated by that and the whole progression of the company over the years. I find them to be one of the strongest brands. I think American icons like Coca-Cola has a great brand name. Disney has a great brand.
Does it make you want to buy the products?
I will say I am loyal to those products. I think each one brings a little different thing to it. When I think of, Disney, I think about customer service. When I think about Coca-Cola, I think about the quality of their product. Nike, I think about their sort of cutting-edge marketing campaigns, and they've got a product that is sort of backs it up too.
Are there any advertisements that make you not want to buy the product?
I tend to dislike car ads on the radio. I don't mind them on television, but on ads, I tend to want to turn them off. I don't think I'm not going to buy a car, but I don't like listening to the ads, that's for sure.
2.
What's your favorite city?
My favorite city would have to be Rome. I love Italy, and I've spent a lot of time there, and Rome doesn't bore me, even if I go there several times.
Why do you like it?
I love the food in Rome. I love the sights. The people are so friendly, and no matter what time of year, in winter or summer, there's lots going on.
Do you think cities will be different in the future?
Oh, that's a difficult question. I think some cities, which are already quite wealthy and have a lot of modern aspects to them, such as New York or London, might become more efficient. I hope they do. But I can imagine lots of cities around the world that aren't so wealthy or have more kind of commercial centres to not be too different, even in maybe 20 years' time.
3.
Do you think it's more important to study science than arts?
I think it's much more important to study science. Art is very important, but right now with climate change and just everything that's going wrong in the world, I feel like we should put some of the arts aside until we get everything figured out and then worry about the arts afterwards when we have time.
Which scientific subjects do you think have taught you something useful?
Environmental science, ecology, and sustainability. Definitely all three of those combined, just because they're putting together everything that, just the environment and how we interact with it and what we're doing to it.
What would you most like scientists to discover in the future?
I would most like scientists to discover a way to reverse climate change and just how to combat the rising levels of CO2 and just greenhouse gases.
4.
Have you ever given a presentation?
Yes.
Where and when?
It was at my university. It was part of an exam. We had to give a PowerPoint presentation to a group of people and some examiners.
How did you feel?
Not great. It was not enjoyable.
Was it a success?
I passed. Success in some way, yeah.
End of CD 5.